Art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now at mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line needs will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now at mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line needs will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now at mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line needs will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now at mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently, in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
To find your best college, register now mymatthews.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a
Hi, my name is Praful. I lead the Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence and Decentralized Technologies at Atria University. The traditional computer science program that is being offered by the vast majority of engineering colleges today in India, I think is both outdated in what is being taught and how it is being taught. I think students need to acknowledge that the world would be very different 5 years from now, whether they want to join the industry or they want to go on to pursue higher education with a master's or a PhD. And what they need to prepare for them, those courses and those futures, is not necessarily what is being taught in computer science courses. The digital transformation course at Atria University is different from the traditional computer science courses in at least 3 ways. First, a strong focus is to make sure that students know how to learn. Instead of teaching students and spoon-feeding students with everything that they need to know, our focus is on making them efficient learners. And this is a key skill that students of tomorrow will need, because the speed at which technology is evolving, anything that you learn today quickly becomes outdated in 4, 5, 10 years. And the way we achieve this ability to learn is using project-based learning, where we teach students in immersive 3-week sprints, and students must complete a project in every sprint, which means they must complete a project every 3 weeks. And the 3 weeks structured in such a way that it's a combination of lectures, discussions, reading, and project. And the way we do this is that we give the students enough to get started on the project, but we don't give them everything that they need to complete the project. And that forces them to figure stuff out on their own. And this project-based learning methodology, which gets them started, but requires them to figure stuff out on their own, is really how we build the ability to learn, and we build learners for tomorrow. When we sat down and thought about what is the course structure that we should offer as part of the digital transformation course at Atria University, me and my colleagues drew upon several years of experience in the industry and academia. I, for example, had served on the board of studies at another university. I have taught working professionals artificial intelligence and machine learning. I had been a working professional in technology for several years, and had also been an entrepreneur. And what I found was that it was extremely difficult to recruit students fresh from the university and expect them to contribute on day one. Part of the problem was that what they needed to know before starting contributed and what they were actually taught in engineering, there was a huge gap between them. So when we sat down and we said, what is it that we need to do to make sure that students are ready for the future, we came up with 3 big ideas. Realize that we cannot shy away from the fact that students today already have access to AI tools like ChatGPT. And how do we evaluate students? How do we make sure that they learn what they need to know in an age where access to AI tools like ChatGPT and Copilot is as simple as Google search? And when we thought about it, here is what we came up with. We said 2 ways we will do this. One is we encourage students to use ChatGPT as a teaching assistant. So what we teach in the class and when we give them a reading assignment, we actually tell them, go use ChatGPT to understand something that you did not understand in the class. Or if we have given you a reference reading material and you don't understand something, please use ChatGPT to kind of deepen your understanding. So we are almost using it to our advantage. At the same time, when we evaluate students, we make sure that we weave into our evaluation process mock interviews, right, which are oral interviews with faculty members, which are done several times during the sprint, with the objective of making sure that the students have understood and are able to communicate what they have learned. So I think at places we have adapted to the fact that ChatGPT is available, and at places we are actually using it as a tool which students can use as a teaching assistants to learn better. A large focus of the 3-year syllabus after the foundation year is on technologies we believe will be very, very important in the next decade. So if you look at the course curriculum that we have designed in digital transformation, a significant focus is on data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. What we believe is that these technologies are going to open up career opportunities for students across horizontals, across domains, and across verticals. Just like computer science was a technology which impacted every sector, we believe technologies like data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence will open up job opportunities in sectors across consulting, retail, supply chain, marketing, advertising, what have you. And I think that's one of the key principles of designing the 3-year course syllabus that make it relevant for the next decade.
To find your best college, register now.
Hi, I'm Dr. Anupama Sanjeev and I'm the Assistant Director for Academics at Atria University. The Year 1 or immersion year is truly transformative, both in terms of the opportunities it offers to explore all the majors and also in terms of catalyzing personal growth. As you go deeper into each major, which is spread quarter-wise over the immersion year, you will also go deeper into learning to learn, which is the core philosophy of Atria University. Alongside, you will also develop skills and understand how to use critical thinking and problem solving, which is so necessary for industry. Alongside, as you move towards the beyonder mindset, what we call the beyonder mindset, you understand how to look at every opportunity, something that would advance your growth or building a growth mindset. Typically, industry uses systems thinking and design thinking to look at solutions, and this is something you would incorporate in the very first year. You would understand what the approach is and use it in some situations to see how you could use it further throughout the 4-year program and as well as in work roles. Ultimately, we enable you to go beyond and be a true beyonder.
To find your best college, register now. MyMathEDU.com.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project-oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Abhishek Padmanabhan, and I lead the Center of Excellence in Energy Sciences and E-Mobility at Atria University. The current climate crisis has required us to decarbonize transport almost immediately. But at the same time, India also suffers from a massive pollution issue, which is caused in part because of transport, be it heavy vehicles, two-wheelers, four-wheelers, aircraft, or any other forms of transport that we encounter. This requires us to move towards e-mobility quickly in order to improve the quality of our health and to decarbonize in the long run. Our e-mobility degree is a truly interdisciplinary degree which blends elements of traditional automotive engineering and electrical engineering, software, and so on, to give a truly holistic picture on what the e-mobility sector will look like 3 years from now, 4 years from now, and so on. We don't focus just on vehicles, we also look at other forms of mobility, for example drones, which ultimately allows us to blend in interest from other sectors into the space. So we look at all forms of mobility, from the humble e-bike and two-wheeler to the four-wheelers, which are buses and trucks, and focus even on drones and other forms of mobility which are traditionally not taught in automotive engineering. Our objective is to not just look at the vehicle, but also look at charging equipment, the software which is needed, and even go down to the digital layer, look at transactions which are happening which enable e-mobility to be powered. So the end result is that we get a very holistic picture of the sector that allows us to slot in seamlessly into the industry and become very good generalists or be specialized in specific parts of the sector, be it power electronics, batteries, software, or even on the business side when you're looking at stuff like leasing model. By 2030, we have a mandate to move most of our new vehicle to completely electric vehicles. We're moving away from fossil fuel vehicles to electric vehicles. We're moving away from petrol pumps to electric charging. And this is going to be a massive change in how we operate, how a business operates. Even businesses like Uber and other cab companies, which primarily operate on fossil fuel vehicles, will have to move to electric vehicles. This requires them to be much smarter in how they operate. This requires them to plan their routes into some extent so that they can charge at the correct times. And this requires a lot of sophistication, not just on the vehicle side, but also on the battery side, the electronics to deliver it, as well as the software and hardware needed to charge the vehicle. We invite you to join our e-mobility course, where you learn the future of automotive engineering, the future of electrical engineering, and the future of software engineering, all rolled into one.
To find your best college, register.
We have designed the programs at Atria University to cater to the needs of the students and industry in the near future. All the majors that we offer at Atria University are interdisciplinary in nature. We use an experiential project-based pedagogical approach where we try to balance the practical and application-oriented learning along with the theoretical learnings.
We basically focus more on project-based learning, where the students are given problems to solve, so that the ultimate aim is not to allow the students to write exams and pass out and have a degree, but to allow the students to have good skill so that they can be the future leaders in the coming years.
On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects.
The Center of Excellence at Atria University is a truly interdisciplinary effort which combines engineers, economists, people with a policy background, people with a software background who come together and try to solve problems which have large social impact and which are pressing problems of our time given the climate crisis.
You will also go deeper into learning to learn, which is the core philosophy of Atria University.
We enable you to define the future of artificial intelligence, of renewable energy, of electric mobility, of biotechnology, of agriculture, and overall of sustainability.
Ultimately, we enable you to go beyond and be a true beyonder.
The world is changing at such a rapid pace that we don't really understand how to keep pace with the rate of change. Certainly true of education more than any other. A good example is the AI and ChatGPT came into popular parlance, if you will, last November 2022, and in 4 or 5 months, I think half the world's population is now in some way or another starting to use AI in some fashion or another. Really, education has to go off and figure out how to stay pace, if you will, with that, and that's what really Atria University is all about. We're trying to make sure that the skill of learning on their own and learning using technologies and tools becomes part of the metric that we will deliver.
Has been really crazy and a lot of people got stuck, but they're all going to be coming soon. But we need to go ahead and start the day, right? We have an exciting, packed day today with a lot of information about Atria University. And firstly, thank you very, very much for making time and coming here. Really, really appreciate that. Okay. Now to kick off the event, I would like to invite Miss Priya, the CEO of My Matthews, to come and share a welcome note, please.
Hi, a very warm morning to everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all in this collaboration meet at Atria University in association with My MATHEWS EDU. Today is not just an event, it's a step toward building stronger partnerships that will shape the future of education in India. A special thanks to our esteemed consultants who have joined us from across the country. Your role in shaping young minds and guiding them towards success is truly commendable. We are honored to have you here, and we hope this day brings valuable insights and meaningful collaborations. We have an exciting lineup sessions featuring thought leaders who will share their expertise on education trends, career opportunities, and futuristic academic programs. From exploring renewable energy, e-mobility, to understanding data transformation, life sciences, and more. Today's discussion will highlight the limitless possibilities Atria University's offers. We are also delighted to have Miss Marina, a well-known actress, to joining us for a special address. Thank you. As we explore our campus, interact with faculty, and gain insights into our programs, admissions, and placement, we have you live today with a renewed vision of collaboration. Without any further delay, let's begin this exciting journey together. Wishing you all a warm and hearty welcome once again. Thank you all.
Thank you, Priya, for those warm words. and for your invaluable partnership in making this event possible. A special thanks to Mr. Vincent. I have to mention your name because you are the very silent person and the driving force behind all of this. So thank you very much today. Uh, Now we have a special guest, uh, Miss Marina Michael, a renowned actress and a personality. And we would like to have you on stage here and, have a special address to the audience today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute privilege to be invited as the chief guest to this esteemed gathering of visionary educators, distinguished dignitaries, and dynamic education consultants. I'd like to begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for bringing us all together to discuss the future of education. As we gather here today, I'm reminded of the profound impact that education has on shaping the future of the leaders. As we all know, the education landscape is evolving at an unmatched pace. New fields are emerging, and groundbreaking advancements are redefining the career landscape. It's crucial that we bridge the gap between education and real world careers, ensuring that our students are equipped to succeed in this rapidly changing world. I'm excited to know more about Atria University's industry integrated curriculum and hands on learning approach, which is redefining education to match the pulse of the future. My Matthews Educare's commitment to guiding and supporting students at every step is truly commendable. As we move forward, I urge you all to continue pushing the boundaries of innovation and excellence in education. Let us work together to shape the minds of our future leaders and empower them to succeed in an ever changing world. Once again, thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this momentous occasion. I wish you all a productive, insightful, and inspiring day ahead. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michael, for taking the time to be with us and for your inspiring words. Okay, now we have a welcome address by Dr. Narayana Swami, and I need to introduce here. Esteemed guests, it is with immense pleasure and pride that I introduce to you a cornerstone of Atria University's leadership, a true champion of academic excellence and institutional growth, Dr. Narayana Swami, our esteemed registrar. Dr. Narayana Swami isn't just an administrator, he is an academic visionary. His career is marked by a profound dedication to fostering an environment where innovation and learning flourish. His leadership is instrumental in shaping Atria University's strategic direction, ensuring that we not only meet the highest standards of academic rigor, but also provide a transformative educational experience for every student. Dr. Narayan Swami's commitment extends beyond the administrative realm. He is deeply passionate about creating a vibrant campus community that nurtures intellectual curiosity, personal growth, and a global perspective. Let's welcome Dr. Narayan Swami on stage for the welcome note.
Very good morning to all of you. It is my indeed privilege and honor to welcome all of you here for this My Matthews and Atria University consultant meet. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Vincent and their team, those who have made this particular event going to be a very great success. So, the Atria University welcomes every one of you. Here is the Atria University founders, the ASKB, AS Kupparazu Charitable Foundation Trust, managed by our Chancellor and also a trustee, Sri Sundaraju. And he is the director of Radisson Blue, Atria Power. Probably all of you knowing very well that Atria Convergent Technologies. That is his brainchild. He is the founder of that. And he is also a director of various other organizations. And he is the recipient of the Best Engineer Award from Institute of Engineers and so on. And we have another eminent personality, our Pro Chancellor, Sri K. Nagaraju, and also is a trustee. He is also a director and director of more than 25 companies in Karnataka. So Atria University and ASKB is also taking care of the well-being of the the social well-being. At the same time, we are venturing into the higher education. We are also into the healthcare, renewable energy, and technology, mobility, as well as the hospitality. And we have a vast experience in running education institutions like Atria Institute of Technology, which is 25 years old, and we have Saram Vishwesvaraya Institute of Technology run by the Krishnadevara Education Trust, and also we have the Telugu Gnana Samiti and so on. Next is our university campus has been inaugurated by Madam Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, the Honorable Union Minister of Finance as well as the Corporate Affairs Government of India, and our former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri Basuraj Bomaiji. This is the pictures of that. Then the university administration is our Dr. Madhavan Nair Rajivan, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nagesh Vangala, our founding Vice Chancellor and also advisor of Atria University, and Mr. Kaushik Raju is the Director Technical, is a young dynamic leader who is also giving a lot of inputs to us in our day-to-day activities. And myself, and we have Mr. Vijay Simha, he is the Dean Academics, and he has vast industry experiences more than 30 plus years in various industries both across India and abroad. So Dr. Madhavan Nair Rajivan is the eminent scientist, over 30 years of rich research experience in the areas of weather and climate sciences, served at prestigious institutions like Tata Fundamental Research Institute and Meteorological Department, Government of India, and Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. Dr. Rajivan was awarded Sir Gilbert Walker Gold Medal for his lifetime achievement, and also he served as secretary to the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India from 2015 to 21. Dr. Rajivan is considered to be the top 2% of scientists in the world, it has been published by the Stanford University and elsewhere. And also one of the top research activity which has taken place in the central government level is pioneering contributions to include the launch of Deep Ocean Mission. That's one of the biggest the central government project which is taken up under the blue economy and Arctic policies. Also published several papers, several books has been written. Very recently also, he has written a book on South Asian summer monsoon process prediction and social impacts. Sir, we are extremely happy to have a person of your eminence as the Vice Chancellor of this university. Then we have the Board of Governors. The Board of Governors, as per the statutes of Atria University, we have our Sundar Raju, is the Chancellor and also a Chairman of the Board of Governors. Dr. Rajivan is the Vice Chancellor and also the member of the committee. Dr. Mr. Shrikar is an IAS officer, Government of Karnataka. He is the member. Then we have Vivian and Ramesh. He is the industry academic expert from the Government of Karnataka. Then we have Nagaraju sir, he is the Pro Chancellor. Kaushik Raju, I mentioned already. Dr. Manam Venkatraidu and Meghana Nagaraju, she is the women representative for the member, and myself is the member secretary. Our board of management comprising Dr. Rajivan sir, our Vice Chancellor, is the chairperson, Dr. Nagesh Vangala, Kaushik Raju, Vijay Simha, Dr. Venkatraidu, and myself. We are in the board of management. And if you look at it, what are the significant contribution and also having a very distinct academic advisory board. We have very strong advisory board where in which they have been advising us to develop our academic content as well as to take up the required pedagogy processes as and when time requires. We have with us Professor Randra Kumar. He was the director of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and he is the chairman of advisory board and also a former director and honorary professor of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And Professor Raghunath, former Dean, Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru, Professor Umesh Varshney. He is the former professor of Indian Science. He is one of our advisory board. Then we have Dr. Professor Sagar Mitra. He is a distinguished professor in the Department of Energy Sciences, Indian Institute of Science and Technology, Bombay. And we have Professor Narhari. He is the department is professor and also is the department from the Computer Science Department, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. So our industry advisor, not only our academic advisory board, we have also industry advisory board, where in which they are helping the university to place students and also to have understanding with the various industries in India, both the government as well as the non-governmental organizations. We have the AS Kiran Kumar. Probably every one of you might be knowing that he served as the chairman of ISRO. He is the chairman of the committee. And Dr. Keshav Panda, former CEO of L&T, and Dr. Renu Swarup, former secretary, Government of India. We have Shekhar C. Bande, is the former chairman of the CSR Laboratories, Government of India, and Dr. G. Satish Reddy, former chairman of DRDO, is one of our member, and Chandrasekhar H.G. is the founder managing director of Samsung. So we have special features in our university, preferably in identifying the faculty. We have identified the faculty who have been qualified in the IITs, NITs, triple ITs, and also the foreign universities. We have faculty members from Washington University. We have faculty from the British Columbia. We have faculty across India. We have studied in different prestigious institutions. They are helping us in shaping our students. And around 41 teaching faculty we have, out of which around 28 faculty members are doctorate holders from prestigious institutions across the country. The list runs like this. Okay. And we have adjunct faculty and visiting faculty from the different institutions and different industries who are helping us in guiding our experiential learning and pedagogy. So program advisors also we have around 9 program advisors from different industries. Start from IIT Madras, Coachella Island, and then we have Dayanand Sagar University and so on. So from last 1 year and so, we have just our faculty and our program directors as well as our CEO heads have handled our faculty members to write the proposals to various funding agencies. We are around 1 crore 89 lakh and 64,821 rupees of the current projects we are running various departments across. Okay. And we have center of excellences in different departments, and in the management has invested around 98 lakhs in the center of excellence in the life sciences. We also have life sciences equipment in which we have state-of-art equipment where you can also test your PCR test. And during COVID time, in fact, a lot of people were struggling. We have all that equipment in place now here. And we have with us the Center of Excellence in the Battery Engineering, where we have been manufacturing the battery cells for student testing, as well as the consultancies we have been carrying out in the same field. I request all of you to visit our laboratories as well as our Center of Excellences during the break time. In meanwhile, we have Center of Excellence in the Energy Science as well, and we have spent around 28 lakh rupees for that. And we have Center of Climate Change, where our Honorable Vice Chancellor is guiding 2 young scientists there, and also they are practicing engineers. And in fact, he's guiding in very different way, where in which we have been working with this climate science research. So we have Center of Excellence again in AI and Decentralized Technologies. Dr. Prabhu Chandra is the one who is managing the entire team. He is the director of ACAC. We also have collaborations with various universities, both India and abroad. To name a few, we have University of DCU, that is the W University, University of Murray State University, Kentucky, and we have Durham University, and few I mentioned here. And we are signed around 28 universities, both across India and abroad. And in institutions, we are around 20 plus MOUs we have signed for exchange program of the faculty as well as the students across the board. Then we have collaborations with various industries in India, and we have ICER, and we have University of Porto, and IIT Madras, and so on. We have conducted a lot of symposiums Very recently, we invited our former chairman of ISRO, Dr. Somanath, and seminars around 22 workshops, symposiums we're regularly conducting here. That's our regular practice as well. And ours is a very, green campus initiatives have been taken care. Probably I've seen our buildings in the front where in which we have lots of trees have been planted. Our air quality index is extremely good, and we have created that kind of environment for the student study. Thank you so much for your patience listening. And you can also interact with me, interact with our faculty members during the break time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan Swamy, for that warm welcome and for highlighting the importance of this collaboration. The next item in the agenda is introduction to Atria University. Esteemed guests, it's a privilege to present a leader whose career has had a profound impact on India and global science, Dr. Rajivan Madhavan Nair, Vice Chancellor of Atria University. Dr. Nair's journey is a testament to dedication and excellence. He began his career at the India Meteorological Department, where he honed his expertise in weather forecasting and climate services over 23 years. This was followed by impactful roles at the Indian Space Research Organization and the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Dr. Nair's tenure as a secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences was transformative. He led significant improvements in India's weather, climate, and ocean forecasting capabilities and launched the groundbreaking Deep Ocean Mission. His contribution to research are equally impressive, with over 180 publications, an H index of 60, and over 17,000 citations, focusing on monsoon variability, climate change, and extreme weather events. A fellow of all three science academies of India and a member of the International Academy of Astronautics, Dr. Nair's expertise is globally recognized as evidenced by his role on the World Meteorological Organization's Research Board. His lifetime contributions have been honored with the prestigious Sir Gilbert Walker Award. He is shaping the future of education as the Vice Chancellor of Atria University, a state private university committed to liberal STEM education. Let's give a resounding welcome to Dr. Rajivan Madhavan Nair.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you, Karthik, for the nice introduction to me. I'm a simple human being. Warm welcome on behalf of Atria University. I welcome all of you to Atria University. And thanks to Vincent and Priya and So, welcome all of you. And as he was mentioning about the purpose of is to introduce Atria University to all of you, the councillors, the country, and to make sure that we have enough mileage out of this today's meeting. As all of you know that higher education is undergoing a rapid transformation. So along with that, there are a lot of challenges. A couple of challenges is, for example, many universities are coming out, many technical institutions are coming out. The question of quality versus quantity. You really need quality education of just number in terms of educational institutions, and also the skilling and employability. Integration of artificial intelligence is coming, and also is really doing impact in many sectors. And we also have a strong feeling AI can do things in education also. So integration of AI and digital learning is one of the challenges. Research and innovation. Many universities don't focus on research and innovation, but as a growing institution, especially higher education institutions, we need to focus on research and innovation, equitable access and inclusivity. And we also have regulatory bottlenecks like UGC and formal approvals, etc. And mental health and human students' well-being. These are some of the challenges when you run an institution, especially in the global stage. I think my colleague Anupama will speak to you, say how we are going to face these challenges, how we are already taking care of these challenges, and what are our priorities, and how we are implementing our vision, the vision of Chancellor Mr. Sundar Raju. And I will leave it to Anupama to speak about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nair, for providing such an insightful overview. Now the next is why choose Atria University. I'm going to introduce Ms. Anupama. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Anupama Sanjeev, a dynamic professional with a rich background spanning academia, industry, and research. Dr. Anupama brings a unique blend of expertise to the Atria University community. With a PhD in organizational behavior studies and extensive experience in psychometrics and pedagogy, her academic foundation is exceptionally strong. Her professional journey includes significant role at in public policy and teacher training, demonstrating her commitment to education and research excellence. Dr. Anupama's passion for driving innovation in education is evident in her work. She is dedicated to shaping the future of higher education and empowering students with the knowledge and skills they need to thrive. Today, Dr. Anupama will be speaking on why choose Atria University, a topic she is deeply passionate about. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Anupama Sanjeev.
Good morning, and thank you, Karthik, for that lovely introduction. Before we talk about the presentation, I'd like the audience to interact with me a little bit. What do you think is one of the crucial questions or challenges that is addressing us as humanity, as human beings? Anybody in the audience? Not from Atria University. One crucial challenge which we are constantly reminded of. Education scenario, something that is affecting the whole of humankind, something that we can't ignore. The polluted air, climate change. Climate change is something that we are forced to look at, no matter what aspect we are dealing with, which industry we are in. Climate change is something we are not able to escape. Then when we come to education, what would be our greatest challenge? Our greatest challenge would be to bring about economic growth while uncoupling it from the environmental degradation that is happening across. Because if you look back, with every round of development that the globe has undergone, there has been a corresponding degradation of the environment. There has been something that we have taken away from the earth and not been able to replace it, not been able to nurture it back. So, how do we uncouple these two, economic growth and the environmental degradation? This is the crucial question that the young will also have to address, who will be soon in universities. So that forms the crux of the kind of education that we offer at Atria University. Because the questions that loom in front of us and in front of the students themselves are, which fields of study aim to solve this greatest challenge? And which innovations then will be key to building a sustainable economy? And hence, what are the skills that our young must acquire? So the questions that I shared with you are on the screen now. So what are the skills then that the young must acquire? I'm sorry.
Sorry about the technical glitches. We'll just resume it in a minute. All right. And we will restart the presentations for everybody's benefit. Right. Just give it.
I'll just introduce myself again for the benefit of the people who have just joined us. I'm Dr. Anupama Sanjeev. I'm the Assistant Director here for Academics. I come with a background in public policy, psychometrics, and I have a PhD in organizational behavior. I've also trained teachers as well on pedagogy, which is one of my major interests. At Atria University, just before the others came in, I was addressing the audience and we were just briefly discussing what is one of the major concerns, critical concerns that humankind has to deal with today. And like the audience responded, it is climate change. Climate change, and in its wake, the sustainability concept in everything that we do. So then, for the young, what are this great challenge of being able to do things sustainably? What it means essentially is to be able to get economic development without the environmental degradation that follows in its wake. So then, what are these crucial questions which the young ones who come into university and who will take over working in the industry and addressing these questions? The questions would be: which fields of study aim to solve our greatest challenge today? Which innovations will be key to building a sustainable economy? And hence, what are the skills that our young must acquire for this? The UNIDO, the international organization, uh, has something called the Green General Skill Index, and in which engineering and technology are listed as the top skills important for green or sustainability oriented careers, along with, of course, the transversal skills like design thinking, creativity, resilience, adaptability, systems thinking, and empathy. In this context, let us briefly look at what our finance minister had to say when she visited campus in 2023. She spoke about, of course, IIT like universities, but we also need a very open minded approach to learning, which should be accessible and approachable for a 16 to 17-year-old. So we have the sustainability concern on one end. We also have what our finance minister, Ms. Sitaraman, recognizes as the need for a very open education system. How does this feed into what we do at Atria University? A little brief of Atria University before I get into it. Atria University is powered by the Atria Group, which is a South Indian conglomerate with 70 plus years of experience in education, hospitality, power generation, healthcare, and infrastructure. And of course, our leadership and advisory board, like our registrar mentioned to you, we have Mr. Sundar Raju, Dr. Madhavan Nair Rajivan, and an eminent board, advisory board, who guide us on how to move forward. Now, what are the majors that are offered here? We offer an undergraduate BS in engineering with 4 majors: digital transformation, energy sciences, e-mobility, and life sciences. And how does this tie back to the original question that we asked? We talked about the skill sets that would be necessary to drive sustainable economic growth. And the UNIDO lists engineering and technology as the top skills that would be needed for having green careers, because as the world moves more towards a sustainable driven concept ideas, what we need are what is going to be more available are green careers. And when we talk about digital transformation, energy sciences, e-mobility, life sciences, more of which you will hear from the directors themselves, these help to build sustainable economic growth while providing satisfying careers. So we have digital transformation. I will not go very deep into it because Dr. Praful Chandra will talk about it. But it's basically all about AI, ML, data science, computer vision, cloud computing, IoT and robotics, neural networks, deep learning, cybersecurity. That is what is needed to be able to combine with other domains and move forward. So we have life sciences as well. Again, I will not delve deep into it because there are experts who will talk about it here. Energy sciences and e-mobility. Where I would like to talk to you about is how all of this is delivered at Atria University. Imagine a conventional university setup. You have the semester system and you have a timetable according to which there are courses running in parallel through the day. Now, move away from that. Imagine a scenario where you have students taking one course at a time, where they are immersed in the course. And this course runs for about 15 days, 6 hours a day. So if somebody is immersed in a learning experience for 6 hours a day, the kind of learning that can happen, the breadth of learning, and maybe the choice of depth is something that is defined by the student and that can take the student much deeper than a traditional context can. So we offer something called the Beyonder mindset at Atria University. What is the Beyonder mindset? A Beyonder, even if we go into definitions of psychology, or if as defined at Atria University by Sundar Sir, is somebody who can go beyond. And how can one go beyond? If one is provided the wherewithal to be able to direct their learning, to be able to have, to be able to use the learning experience to really go beyond. So what happens here? Within a typical quarter at Atria University, we don't work in semesters, we work in quarters. So within a quarter, usually there will be 4 sprints. What we call a sprint is one course of 90 hours, which runs for 15 days, consecutive days, 6 hours a day. So does that mean that the students are being subjected to 6-hour lectures? Yes, no? Yes? No. So what has happened? What is different here? The experiential learning pedagogy is used here, which means that for most part of the 6 hours, students are working on activities designed to give them learning experiences hands-on. You can call it project-based learning, you can call it hands-on learning, building something, creating something, and in the process, learning the concepts and applying it to solve problems, because ultimately we need to build problem solvers. We need to build students to become problem solvers who can take on different problems, the complex problems of society, and provide solutions for it by combining digital skills, by combining technology and the domain that they want to major in. So that is the context within which we are aiming to bring the beyonder mindset in the students. How do we bring curiosity? Curiosity is essential for you to move forward. While doing the sprint, there are several activities where the students have to do something in order to arrive at understanding the concept. Critical thinking and problem solving is present within each sprint, because at the end of each sprint, in the 3-week sprint, the last week, the students are working on projects. These projects require, many times they are in groups, sometimes they are on an individual mode, but they are picking up problem statements to solve, present about it, and also get scores, get assessed based on that. So the concept of assessment also, typically what happens in a semester system, there are 2 internal exams and there is a semester end exam, and all the pressure, all the focus is around that examination. Here within the sprint, we are looking at a variety of assessment techniques so that the student's capability is not decided by one exam.
We have what is called mock interviews, we have quizzes, we have a written paper pencil assessment, we have the project, we have a viva. So there is a variety of assessments because learners learn in different ways. Not everybody learns the same way. So we're giving them time and scope to learn and present what they learn in a variety of ways so that we are not missing out on the learning that is happening in the student, and the student is also getting assessed based on that. So there are a variety of assessment techniques. Then we also have what is called the Beyonder Studio. In the Beyonder Studio, this runs parallel to the sprints. The students can pick up one idea or one concept that they want to work on to make it a kind of a reality. It could be a problem that they have been wrestling with. It need not be related to their academics. They can choose mentors from within the university, work on it after class hours, and maybe work on it for a whole year, a couple of years, but bring it to a stage where they are happy about it, or where they feel this problem is probably the wrong approach. The idea is to be able to give them a safe space where even if they feel the idea was not the right one, their approach was not correct, they are able to look at it and do a correction to it and proceed perhaps in a different direction. Because it is important to be able to see something and say that it didn't work, but what can work? Because that is a safe space where a student, where a person or a human being, in fact, evolves. That evolution is necessary for the maturity in getting a maturity in understanding how things work, in applying their understanding. Professionalism comes in because there are projects, presentations which happen every 3 weeks. So that is something they get very accustomed to. There are 30 plus projects that happen over the scope, over the span of 4 years. So the student becomes very accustomed to be able to present, to be able to defend one's ideas, to be able to accept criticism, which is an important idea as well. The transdisciplinary competence. Now, what is we have we have single disciplines, we have interdisciplinary, and then we have transdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary basically means being able to use the knowledge from two domains to solve a problem. Transdisciplinary would mean combining all the domain knowledge that you have to be able to solve a complex problem that exists in society. Examples abound. You have agri-tech, you have problems related to farming, you have problems related to urban planning. You have many problems which are yet to be solved in a way that takes care of, answers everybody's need. So to be able to do that, what we are hoping to achieve is a transdisciplinary learning for the student. So the pedagogy, like I explained before, we have sprints, we have intense immersive experiences, we have project-based learning, and we start with a problem. So in a typical situation, the concepts are given to you either on a PowerPoint presentation or through a lecture, and then you are directed through how to solve problems. We start the other way around. We start with the problem, and through the learning by doing, they are introduced to the concepts and they learn to solve the problem. And much of the work happens in collaborative cohorts because it's not competition but collaboration that will help you learn. So that is what we are fostering peer learning through that. Assessments, I spoke to you about it. And we have explicit interventions. When I say explicit interventions, I'm also talking about students who are coming in with a mindset perhaps more influenced by peers and parents than by one's own self. That, for example, in year one, when you will listen to the students and interact with you, you will see some of them had come in with a particular idea to major in life sciences or to major in digital transformation, but they have moved away from that into another major because they received that exposure in year one. It's a very crucial and a very different year one, wherein they experience all the four majors. They do projects related to all the four majors and then make a decision on which major to take. So that is a critical experience that helps them to think through and make an informed decision. Also, when they're coming in from school, there is that transition from being told what to do to direct their learning. And that transition very often is not easy.
So we have interventions that we call learning to learn here, because learning to learn is the core philosophy of Atria University. So through learning to learn, we work on mindset, adaptation, habit formation, to be able to understand what are one's strengths, what are one's weaknesses, and work around them. All of these are explicit interventions woven into the first year program. So along with the sprints, they're also understanding about themselves, their learner styles. How do they work around getting to a growth mindset? These are critical points that will help them through life. So it will help them gain what we call life skills. And we also have something called great books to read. This was introduced with an idea to foster critical thinking through reading. Very often today's generation doesn't like to. That is something we are also contending with. So how do we bring in a love for reading? We in year one, and we chose one book, and based on that one book, students did several activities that ranged into academic research, looking at other activities, designing activities based on the book, and all of this helped them to understand how reading can empower them and how reading can help them to think critically. So this is a wide palette of activities and designed to bring in learning in the student. Just to sum it up, education at Atria University is inclusive because we look at the whole person. We are not looking at certain attributes like doing very well in only in the math and science. We go much beyond that. And flexible. How is this flexible? Because we have the year one where they experience all the majors so that they can make an informed choice. And the majors that we offer are perhaps not offered anywhere else in the country: energy sciences, life sciences, e-mobility, and digital transformation. And we allow them to have a unique stacking of competencies. What does this mean? Along with a major, they have options to bring in a minor. They have options to do certain courses that can help them to build a particular set of skills for themselves. And like I mentioned before, there are 30 different projects they do. And we have 3 internships over the 4-year journey, right from year two, where they spend 3 months, year three, they spend 3 months, and year four, they spend 6 months. It's almost a year of internships that they spend over the 4-year journey, which helps them to understand the work world, gain skills in the work world, gain experience in the work world. Ultimately, we are looking at self-discovery, flexibility leading to self-discovery. So I'll also bring in the NEP here. The National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes a strong multidisciplinary skill set across math, computer science, data science, social sciences, pure sciences, and humanities, and the use of pedagogies and practice that will foster a problem solving approach. So here, Atria University is very strongly aligned to this, and it is translated through the use of pedagogy in practice to achieve the beyonder mindset, because that, in a way, in many ways, defines what the NEP 2020 envisions the student will become. So I'll leave you with this slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anupama, for highlighting the distinctive advantages of an Atria education. Really transforming. The next, how do you now tie all of this to the future of jobs and job-ready leaders? I want to invite Mr. Vijay Simha. Vijay Simha is the Dean of Academics and Director of the Center of Excellence for Connected Intelligence at Atria University, Bengaluru. He has over 27 years of corporate experience in IoT, embedded systems, digital signal processing, and telecommunication software development. Vijay's career spanned from software engineering to leadership roles in marquee companies like Amazon Development Center India and Sasken Communication Systems before transitioning into academia. Some of his key achievements include setting up more than 5 offshore development centers in India for global engineering companies, team lead for India's first G-Lite ADSL modem IP, program manager for a team of specialist engineers who developed the multimedia subsystem for the world's first Blu-ray DVD player. He also has a strong background in competence development within corporate settings and is now leveraging this experience to enhance STEM education at the university level. Vijay is an alumnus of IIM Bangalore and has a bachelor's degree in economics and communication engineering. In today's rapidly changing world, it's crucial to prepare students for the future of work. To shed light on this, I now invite Dr. Vijay Simha to speak on the future of jobs and job-ready leaders. Mr. Vijay Simha, please.
Morning, everyone. And while it's being set up, it's a pleasure. We'll briefly talk about something that all of you would have talked about. Anything advising young students at an age where parents are what direction they need to take, and the responsibility is what direction you give is something that shape or hurt an entire student's career. Right? So to that extent, it's a very important responsibility. We are trying to say things in one way and try to support that with actual research findings or more broad-based findings. One of the things that I think right now is work, especially nowadays, is that every person has so many. And similarly, teachers will have to teach as well. So I'll try to ground this opinion with uh, with certain studies that have been done across the world and to make sure that it is not just about one's opinion. So welcome again. So I'll probably start with the three big questions that we have. I think all of you are very, very familiar with this. The world is changing very, very rapidly, right? This the it's not just the tech space that is changing rapidly. Tech space has been changing rapidly over the past 20, 30 years. We've been part of that. But the entire society and the way society interacts with everything else is also changing, right? And that is driven by multiple sh- shifts, economic shifts, technological shifts, right? As well as global events. We know what geopolitical aspects are happening, right? Now, with that as a background, it can't so happen that the education remains the same as what it was earlier. We can't have the same educational approach that was being doled out over the past 30 years to continue when things are changing so much, right? So we'll address this today in three specific aspects. I'll first talk about how the future of work is potentially changing, and second, what kind of skills would be required in terms of dealing with this kind of change as far as students are concerned. And third, how is Atria University trying to address this? So these are the three things that I'll actually focus on. So first, what are the key trends that are actually shaping the future work? Uh, Obviously, the technological changes. Each one of you would have probably used all the AI tools that are available nowadays, the Gen AI tools that are directly available to you, as well as the huge number of services that are actually available to you on the press of a button on a smartphone, right? What shows up as an individual app has a lot of AI and ML going behind it, right? There's a lot of technology that is actually going behind it, and almost all of you are exposed to that, right? So there is a technological shift that is actually happening. There is also a green transition, which Anupama is talking about. The climate change is very real. We are facing that in Bangalore. The kind of climate that we have had last year is not the same as what we have had this year. Kerala has had huge number of situations which are
born out of climate change over the past few years. And it's not just one part of the world. Every part of the world has gone through climate change. And if you look at the World Economic Forum's report on the future of jobs, climate change is one of the top few aspects. In fact, a large part of what I've actually sort of taken the data from today is based on that. I would urge each one of you to have a look at that particular document. It's a extremely good document. It's called the Future of Jobs Report. It was published in January 2025, and it is by the World Economic Forum. And they have done a survey across the world. A huge number of companies have contributed to that particular report, and it's probably as broad-based as it could be, right? So that's probably the most authentic opinion that we can actually take. All right. So green transition is something that is going to be important in the next 4 years. And please do remember, when you're talking to students, you're not talking about what is going to happen in 2025 or 2026. Each of them are going to take admissions in 2025, which means that they are going to pass out in 2029. You're talking about what is going to happen in 2030, right? Your advice to students is going to be based on what is likely to happen in 2020, 2030. And please, under, I mean, I can't fathom the importance of 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 your advice here, because uh, the decision that the student is taking, right, is going to be a make or break as far as this one is concerned. The third part is the geopolitical, geoeconomic, and the demographic shifts, right? Geopolitical and geoeconomic, I'm sure you would have seen what Mr. Trump is doing. So there's no, I don't think I need to sort of give more explanation about that. Demographic shifts are also happening in the sense that most of the developed economies, uh, the average age of people is increasing, which means that people are growing older and older, which means that the number of people who are in the working age is reducing, right? So there are a lot of people who are not who have crossed the age where they can be productively working. At the same time, in developing economies, there are a lot of youngsters who are coming into the working age group, and that's a significant difference in the way the world is actually moving. So in India, we have the advantage of a demographic uh, uh, advantage over the next 10 to 15 years, right? And the key importance is, how do we leverage this? How do we make sure that our youngsters are able to um, use the technologies that are available and solve societal problems? That's pretty much the big thing that we are trying to address. And in fact, when Mr. Sundar spoke to me for the first time, he said, I want to build a university where the students are able to solve societal problems. That's a fundamental target that he gave most of us when we actually joined. So what's changing? Um, Emerging skills. There's no doubt about the fact that artificial intelligence and machine learning are going to play a huge role going forward. Green technologies, and in addition to it, complex problem solving. This is something that I'm going to focus on a little bit more. Uh, what are the jobs that are actually declining? Anything that is repetitive. Please remember, when we talk about digital, we are talking about computing. And what is it that computers are good at? Computers are good at anything that is repetitive, right? Humans are not good at things that are repetitive. Humans are, by definition, um, uh, entities that get bored of anything that is repetitive. So that shift is going to continuously happen, right? You're going to have less of administrative roles. There's a lot of administrative roles that people occupy right now. That is going to get reduced, right? And this again is from the jobs report from the World Economic Forum. The growth areas obviously are in digital transformation. And when I say digital transformation, it is digital transformation across multiple industries. Energy generation, storage, and distribution is going to be a key area, because digital transformation requires energy. Sustainability and healthcare, right? Healthcare is another big area where there's going to be a lot of progress that's going to happen in the near future. So what are if these are the changes that are happening, what are the key skills that are actually required, right? Obviously, tech skills are important, right? Knowledge of the state of the art technologies are crucial. That is something that is very, very important. But I'd like to ask a couple of things that uh, that that all of you would have actually seen as a change that has happened. Probably around 100 to 200 years back, what was the most important thing? It was more about building things. It was more about a carpenter or a tailor or any of these kind of skills was more important to earn money and to make a living. Over the past 30-40 years, we've been in what is called as a knowledge economy, right, where knowing things is important. Having a degree where you've attended a few exams and you've demonstrated the ability to know things is important, right? Now, will the same premium on just knowledge continue going forward when you have a chat GPT that can actually give you an answer immediately? That is not likely to continue, right? So in the near future, you will not have the same kind of premium on just having knowledge. What is going to be important is, are you able to translate that knowledge into real life problem solving? Are you able to use that knowledge and build things? Are you able to use knowledge and then create solutions for that that create a value proposition so that people can actually reward you for it? That is something that is more important than just having knowledge, right? And that is the shift that we are trying to make here, right? It is not just knowledge. I'm not saying that knowledge is not important. I'm saying only knowledge is not important. You need to be able to combine knowledge with the ability to build things and build a solution. Solutioning mindset is more important than just having a knowledge, right? Unfortunately, the education system that we have in most places right now measures only for knowledge, where you are passively listening in classrooms for 4 to 5 months and then writing an exam on the fifth or sixth month. Now, I leave it to you to decide whether that is going to help build solutioning skill sets, right? And I'm sure it's quite apparent that that mode of education is probably not going to suffice for the graduates who are going to come out in 2930, right? Um, so knowledge of state of art technologies is important. Now, the next big part is that if they have to solve real life problems, what is it that they need? They need a very strong foundation in STEM. What is STEM? Science, technology, engineering, and math, right? All these four parts, they need to have a very strong foundation. And they need to be able to sort of say, okay, these are the mathematical principles, these are the scientific principles, these are the technologies that I can use to combine all these things to build a solution, right? Every real life problem requires all these things to be integrated. Real life problems are interdisciplinary in nature, right? No real life problem can be solved by just focusing on only one discipline, right? And that's the reason why we are focusing on interdisciplinary problem solving, which will essentially help graduates solve problems, right? That's the primary thing. So this is on the tech side, right? Is is teaching students technology sufficient? We don't think so, because one of the core things that are going to be required going forward is the ability to think analytically. If you have to solve real life problems, you'll have to think analytically, you'll have to think with a creative mindset, a critical thinking mindset. That is something that is very, very important. And unfortunately, if you are just listening to lectures and attending exams, that's not something that's going to that's something that you're going to develop. So what we have here are learning sprints, as Dr. Anupama mentioned, where every 3 weeks students are forced to learn something new. They are forced to apply it to a real life situation, and they are forced to talk about it, they are forced to articulate about it, they are forced to work in groups about it, and they're forced to present that particular part, which means that you are developing their critical thinking, you are developing their analytical thinking, you are developing their ability to communicate the problem to somebody else, and you are helping them connect theory with practice, which probably is the key difference that I believe is the difference between engineers and doctors. Engineers, when they join colleges, they believe that what they learn in the 4 years, they are not going to use it the rest of their lives. Whereas the doctors, they very well know that whatever they are going to learn in the 4 or 5 years, they are going to use it, right? What we are trying to do is to make that shift. What we are trying to do is to say that what you're going to learn here in your course here is a problem solving mindset, right? And if you have 30 of these sprints over 4 years where you are using STEM principles to solve real life problems, you are actually developing that ability to think independently, to think analytically, and to look at it from the perspective of solving a real life problem. That's essentially what we are trying to do. In addition to this, if you look at the report, they talk about analytical thinking, critical thinking. Another set of things that I see this repeated multiple number of times are the three words that you see there: resilience, flexibility, and agility. What does this mean? Resilience means you need to be able to sort of say that, okay, I tried solving this problem, it did not work out. Can I try multiple times? Can I try until I succeed? That resilience needs to come in, right? That will not come in if you're just attempting written exams, right? Flexibility, you need to be able to sort of um, uh, change your learning approaches, change your learning methods, right? Which is what Dr. Anupama talked about in terms of learning styles, right? That needs to come in, right? And agility, you need to be able to learn fast, you need to be able to learn something new fast, right? And if at all there is one skill that is most important for people who are going to graduate in in the next 4 to 5 years, it is the ability to learn fast. If a person has the ability to learn fast, he is by definition adaptable, and the moment he is adaptable, he is in a position where he can actually succeed. This is my last slide. I'm just repeating what Dr. Anupama mentioned. So how are we addressing this? We have highly interdisciplinary and futuristic technology majors, digital transformation, which my colleague Dr. Praful will talk more about. We have 4-year courses on energy sciences, e-mobility, and life sciences. You learn about what each one of them are. But one of the key things that I would want you to observe is that each one of these courses are interdisciplinary in nature, and each one of these courses are futuristic, and each one of these require you to sort of focus on sustainability as a concept. Each of them have a direction towards sustainability. These are all programs that are project based learning, which means that we are trying to help students make the connection between theory and practice. Uh, and there's a significant emphasis on collaborative learning. Collaborative learning leads to students working in teams and being able to lead when required, right? Students need to have the flexibility to say that, okay, there is a team where I need to work collaboratively and let somebody else lead. At the same time, when he or she finds that the team needs leadership, he or she needs to be able to provide that leadership. Both are actually very, very important, and they need to be able to be flexible enough to shift between these. And that can happen if continuously over 4 years, from the time that they are 18, right? They come into this institution at the time of 18, right? Over the 4 years, if they keep working in different types of groups, they develop this ability. Otherwise, what happens is that for 4 years, you're allowing them to study and take exams in silos, and suddenly you're putting them in a work environment where they're supposed to work in teams. How is that going to work, right? It's not going to help, right? So we are trying to blend technical skills as well as what we call as the human centric skills and the learning skills that are actually required to provide the graduates an ability to perform as much better individuals. We do not know whether they are going to take uh, jobs. We would prefer that they actually take that they become job creators than just job seekers. That is something that we would leave the students to actually do. But our intent is to create them as people who are capable of doing any of these things, right? All three options should be open for them. They need to be able to take up jobs, they need to be in a position where they can be job creators, or they could be researchers. They could actually get into pure play research as well, right? And the foundation for all these three routes is capability, right? And that is what we are trying to build. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay, for those valuable insights into the evolving job market and Atria's role in shaping the future leaders. Um, I just wanted to check with all of you, how is your attention span looking? Would you like to have a break now, or would you like to continue with the next sessions? Huh? Continue? All right, because we already started a little late. and we thought that we will continue and break for lunch after the after one more session. And after lunch, we have around two more sessions that dwells deep into the courses that we offer here. All right. And after that, we have a campus tour. All right. So is everybody okay with this? We can just continue with the sessions and then go for a lunch break. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. The next session, give me one moment. Abhishek. So one of the spaces that we would definitely would want to now, what we're going to do is get into more depth with regards to the subjects that we offer, or the courses that we offer. Okay. Um, so I'll just let me check. Abhishek is will call. So one of the so we have renewable energy sciences and e-mobility that is led by Mr. Abhishek Padmanabhan. So let me go ahead and give a short introduction to Mr. Abhishek Padmanabhan. Abhishek Padmanabhan is the Director of Center of Excellence in Energy and E-Mobility at the Atria University. He is an alumnus of IIT Bombay and Cornell University. He is an accomplished scholar with a JEE rank of 14 and recipient of the prestigious Aditya Birla Group Scholarship. After his master's at Cornell, he has worked at New York's energy regulator and Canada's largest discom. After returning to India, he worked as a founding employee and tech lead of Sun Edison's platform for rooftop solar energy storage and solar water pumps. So we will just have Mr. Abhishek Padmanabhan and his team to talk about renewable energy sciences and e-mobility that we offer here at Atria University. Just give us one moment.
While he's on the way, if there are any questions, questions in terms of what we have discussed so far.
How are you finding the session so far? I know we had a crowd and then we slowly lost a few. But how are you finding the session so far? Is it informative? Yes. Yes. Sure. Sure. Thank you for that. I think we will keep that very short. All right. And then we will. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much for the feedback. I think it's valuable.
I think based on that feedback, we'll keep it short and sweet.
Short.
Uh, so a little bit about myself. So I lead the Center of Excellence in Energy Sciences and E-Mobility. Uh, did my undergraduate at IIT Bombay, went to Cornell, did my master's there, worked in New York in the energy space in the regulator for electricity in the state of New York, worked in Canada in a very large utility, discom basically there. Came back to India, was the tech lead for a rooftop solar company, right place, right time in a sense, uh, where we built electronics, we built software for them, bunch of things, right? So very different skill set to what I needed back in the US and Canada. And here, I guess this is a different experience, which is in a university where we set up a center of excellence energy and e-mobility, uh, as well as setting up a sustainability focused incubator with the idea being how do you build a sustainable competitive advantage for the next 10 years in this space, which is very critical to India's national interests as well as from the climate perspective. Right. So again, just want to put this diagram out there, which is simply when you look at greenhouse gases, 62% of it comes from CO2 from burning fossil fuels. So this is an energy related crisis, right? So the solution has to come from this space. Just breaking it down, you're essentially seeing electricity being 25% of it, transportation being 14% of it. So solving both of these pieces is extremely vital to actually solving the climate crisis, right? Reducing carbon emissions, bringing a sustainable future for us as well as our children and grandchildren. I think this is where it comes from. So ultimately, you really can't solve for climate change unless you solve for energy. It's the thing which caused the crisis in the first place, and this is what you need to fix to solve it. But I think it's important to understand that this transition is also about making an investment in our future, right? We essentially want to ensure that we will have a livable earth in the generations to come. And that's where it also becomes just shifting tracks a bit. It's a massive investment opportunity. Today, global investment in this sector, by the way, if you can see, the sector has breakdowns also. So some part of it is power grids and distribution and generation. Other part, like electrified transport, is basically electric mobility. Um, the global investment in the space is $1.8 trillion. That's trillion with a T. And that number is going to 10x in the next 10 years. So if there is that level of investment in this space, the question is this is the space where all the jobs are going to come up. This is the space where new businesses will come up, new startups will come up. EVs, for example, are set to grow 12-fold in the next 10 years. But today, you have EVs which cater to very niche segments, right? They're expensive vehicles. They basically cater to premium segments. You want your Tata Nano to be EV. You want vehicles, trucks, buses, etc., to go to EVs. So there's a lot of work which has to be done both from an engineering perspective and a business perspective for this to happen. And even if you look at disruptive investments, right? These are startups, early stage startups, which will become big. Increasingly, the focus is on sustainability. So this is in agri-tech, this is in energy, this is in basically in the something to solve the climate crisis. But this is where smart early stage money is going, right? Be it seed funds and grants and so on. And by the way, the landscape, there's so many things to do, but basically you can do things at the uh, generation side, at the distribution side. There are things which happen with data, and we'll just kind of simplify all of this. But I'm saying it's a very busy landscape today. And there's so many things to do, which means so many opportunities for jobs, so many opportunities for startups, uh, for traditional businesses like distribution and so on, for manufacturing. Across the value chain, there are jobs which exist. But the one thing which goes fundamentally is that it requires transdisciplinary education, right? It's not an engineering job alone. It's not a policy job alone. It's not an economics job alone. You require a bit of this, everything, right? So you have in the energy space itself, you have everything from climate science to electrochemistry, which is very different things. If anybody has studied this in their in their early days, like 12th standard or undergraduate, learning about chemistry and going deep in chemistry is very different to learning about other things, right? Thermodynamics, like mechanical engineering, etc. And you require a bit of everything, both in energy and e-mobility, to actually make this work. And by the way, NEP asks for this. So I think everybody is familiar with that. NEP is increasingly pushing us in a direction where we typically abandon the traditional electrical, mechanical, civil type degrees and go towards interdisciplinary education with a firm objective at the end of it, right? So the energy sector has a firm objective at the end of it. I have to decarbonize my emissions. I have to shift towards clean energy, but I have to do it in such a way that everybody will get access to electricity, right? I have to do it in such a way that India has some energy security issues. We can't import oil constantly, it's draining our dollars. So we have to figure out how to become self sufficient. So this requires you to understand everything from policy to this design, so on. I will give you an example. I am a traditional engineer by qualification, but I was part of a committee which actually gave a lot of recommendations for the PM Surya Ghar program. What Modi ji has rolled out last year around February. So the program actually has a lot of technical recommendations which have gone into that policy, and it has required policy, economics, and engineering to actually work together to make that program even the success that it is today, right? So it's not one person can actually solve this. It's a skill set which is required, which is broad, and which is interdisciplinary in nature. So just focusing on the two BS degrees that we offer, right? So energy sciences, we offer a BS engineering, as they've spoken about in the past. Here, there are three things which I want to focus on. First is the industry driven curriculum. So here on the energy sciences, it helps that the Atria group actually has a fairly large renewables business. So this is a business which actually has been one of the pioneers in the renewable energy space in India. In fact, they were the first company in India to actually sell power to corporates, clean power, renewable energy power to corporates. And they've been around since 1998. So this has been 25 years of legacy. There's a dam, there is wind plants, there are solar plants, uh, more than 500 megawatts of assets today. So we do get their industrial expertise and what they do in real life actually to contribute to the curriculum. We also have others. So IESA is the India Energy Storage Alliance, and they've been working with us to actually see how we can incorporate, new age topics. Battery storage is the big thing in the market today. Green hydrogen is the big thing in the market today. How can we actually incorporate that so that what we incorporate is actually valuable to the industry, right? So around the 20% of the coursework, in fact, we try and get industry experts to conduct that so that they come in with their own flavor of, and also it's very inspiring to students, right? When somebody who has had a successful business in this space actually comes in and does that. We have also had good record in placement. In fact, I think both internships and placements, we've been fairly successful in getting them to places, partly because companies actually value this well-roundedness that the students have, right? So WRI, by the way, is a US-based think tank, which is fairly very large. They're one of the most influential think tanks in the space. Uh, they took in people for their consulting division because they thought these guys already knew. I mean, the students who went there already had a very good idea, and they were very well-rounded, right, of the sector. So they were able to contribute to a lot of projects much faster. Altair is a very big software simulation company. Our students have been placed there. Again, it's energy plus software, right? So it's almost always energy plus policy or energy plus software or something of that sort. But that's where we actually get a big advantage. The second is hands-on learning. And this is where I think very few universities, if any, will actually offer this. We actually have data and even physical access to 500 plus megawatt of solar and wind and so on. These are massive plants where students can actually visit, they can do experiments, they can take the data, they can play around with it. Uh, Site visits, right? We actually, again, the group has the Radisson Hotel. As part of one of the projects, the students actually did the energy audit for the entire hotel. So this is a live hotel in which students are actually working with and doing projects, which is directly helping them understand how things happen at the real world. Uh, we are there. We have organized site visits for a bunch of things. So there were for power plants, for R&D labs, as part of the course curriculum itself. So students get a flavor of whatever they want to do through this piece. And we actually have a solar decathlon team, which is formally supported by the university, which is a very big competition. By the way, student-run competition for this. In fact, our students, one of the teams is in the final of this year's round competition also, but that allows them not just through the curriculum but through extracurricular activities also to get exposure, to get participate in competitions, get some brand exposure, name exposure to themselves, etc. We also have an interdisciplinary approach, right? And typically, I describe our energy degree as a mix of electrical, mechanical, and software engineering, whatever is relevant to their skill set, right? So it's not like they have been randomly bundled in together. Uh, for example, energy people need to understand power electronics because that tells you how to convert one form of energy to another form of energy, AC to DC or DC to AC. That is the core foundation for building a UPS, which you have in your house, or an EV charger, or any of these things, right? And that, for example, as part of the project, they actually do that. So they build an inverter, they build a EV charger as part of the projects. Uh, this, whatever is the electrical engineering piece required for this, we teach. The mechanical engineering piece, for example, for building structures like wind blades and things like that, we actually teach. Software, right? A lot of it is data manipulation. We actually teach that. And then we'll overlay flavors of policy, economics, mathematics, whatever is the adjacent skill sets they need to actually work in the real world. We actually do that. And uh, actually encourage our students to take the minor in digital transformation. So by the end, they have energy and AI or digital transformation in their resume, which is very powerful when it comes to this because the amount of data which is being generated, think of it this way: every single solar plant, by the way, there are around 1 million solar plants, rooftop solar plants in India. Each of them is generating data every 5 seconds, every 15 seconds, every 15 minutes, different types of data. All of this has to be processed, tied with weather forecast, tied with a bunch of things to ensure that you can actually manage the grid. So it's a very large data challenge. So we actually make our students prepared to actually handle that, right? And just want to tie in what I've just said with this, right? The clean energy sector is going to be, if not the biggest, one of the biggest employers of in India and globally also, right? We're looking at around 3.4 million jobs, short term and long term, 1 million permanent jobs in the space, just to achieve the targets that our government has set us to do. This is what your 238 gigawatt, 250 gigawatt solar, 100 gigawatt of wind. Just to achieve that, we need to create these many jobs, which means there will be employment, but there will also be the people who employ, right? The managers and so on. And we really want our students to actually become leaders in the space, right? But you have jobs in engineering, you have jobs in manufacturing. I'm not sure how many are aware of how much manufacturing in solar we are actually setting up right now. Um, there is R&D, obviously, but always remember this. All of this requires sales and marketing, and it's always best for somebody who understands the technology very well to sell something. That's usually the most powerful salesman is somebody who understands technology very well. They understand what they are selling. They understand what they are marketing. So even if you're interested in digital, the student is interested in digital marketing, for example, there's always a way to combine the two. And there are lots of jobs which really value that, right? There are businesses. So you have a student who wants to set up a franchise for somebody, say Tata Solar or something in their local area. They can do that. That's a viable business. These franchises are opening up a lot in distribution, in service, in construction also. There's a ton of opportunities. And as I pointed out in the previous slide, this is a place which is a hotbed for startups, right? New technologies, new businesses, different ways of selling, different ways of engaging with customers, ton of software also which is being developed here for this particular space. So I think this is basically where I see the clean energy space is a massive generator of jobs going forward, and that's where I think students should actually this. One thing I just want to point out is whatever you can do with AI, software cannot eat carbon, right? So ultimately, you will need these hard assets on the ground. You will need people to work on hardware and technology for anything to happen. So these jobs are not going away. They are AI proof to the extent that uh, they will continue to be there. And that's where I think that's a promising sign, right? The second is looking at the BS in e-mobility. Again, the same three headers, the industry developed curriculum. In fact, here we have people from Mahindra Mobility on our board of studies who have actually contributed to this. from Altair, from the energy company. These are all and Revex. So everything from formal established companies to startups who are doing cutting edge work. We actually have engaged with them to understand what the sector needs. Uh, from a hands-on experience, by the way, there is a Reva outside. Any student who actually wants to work on it, it's an EV Reva. Any student who wants to work on it is free to do that. Students had taken out the battery and replaced it with some other battery just to test it out. It's a wonderful experience which I wish I had when I was doing my own undergraduate education. Um, as part of the project, they actually convert bikes to e-bikes. They are designing motors. They're even doing simulation work. So they're like battery failures and all. They are actually simulating. So across the value chain, they're getting experience from everything from a system level thing, right? How do you build a full vehicle and actually see what's there in it to individual components and subsystems? How does the battery work? How does the battery fail, etc. Site visits, we have actually taken them to some of the battery gigafactories which are opening up. Most of them are opening up within 100 kilometers of Bangalore. These are all massive facilities, almost completely fully automated, which are opening up within typically out of the 10 battery gigafactories in India, 8 of them are opening up within 200 kilometers of Bangalore, right? We have taken them to mobility testing centers to see how things actually work. This is an ARIS certified center uh, where they actually give certification for vehicles to R&D labs, and we have a Formula Bharat team also. Again, with the idea being students will also be driven to do this, engage with this through the competitions and so on. Here, I would say the interdisciplinary approach typically is in combining the best of traditional electric engineering, right? What is the E in e-mobility, which is electric mobility, but also looking at things like automotive engineering and software engineering. We teach them about policy frameworks. What is the FAME program? How is the subsidy structured? What is the benefits for charging infrastructure? All of these policy frameworks we actually teach them, as well as testing, right? Because testing in automotive space, testing is extremely important. So how do you do testing for charging, for battery safety, for recycling these batteries, etc. And one crucial thing is they are also learning a bunch of soft skills through this process. So project management, documentation, how to develop products, all of which are taught as part of the coursework. So we actually want people to set up their own businesses in electric mobility, given that by 2035 we have to increase the number of electric vehicles in India by 12x, right? So you're talking about every year 15%, 20%, 25% growth year on year, um, compounded, right? So this is a space where, again, the jobs are not going away anywhere. They are here to stay. We have to transition our entire fleet from petrol and diesel vehicles to electric. When I say fleet, I don't just mean two-wheelers and three-wheelers. It's four-wheelers, buses, trucks, forklifts, all of these things, even drones have to actually go towards this. That's why we don't call it electric vehicles, we call it electric mobility. So anything that moves, we can actually work with it, right? Uh, just from a sectoral perspective, by the way, this number is interesting because you're talking about just one core piece, right? Just in EV powertrain, battery, etc. These are components. You're talking about 1.2 lakh jobs. This is not even talking about the jobs which are created in traditional automotive companies, say a Tata Motors or a Mahindra, where you're setting up new EV manufacturing and production lines. These are talking about components and subsystems which have to be completely delivered from scratch. So a new worker who understands the space is far better than somebody who's struggling to be retrained, like a traditional automotive engineer who's struggling to be retrained to become to become an expert in electric mobility, because while the car looks similar, it operates almost completely differently, right? Um, so here again, there will be lots of jobs opening up, hardware engineering, both electronics as well as thermals and so on. So electrical and mechanical skill sets again, stuff in software engineering, embedded software, vehicle software, safety testing, operations and service, again, business development and marketing, and manufacturing, right? Both the vehicle and the subsystems. Again, a hotbed for startup growth in this space. So personally, I see both of these spaces, energy and e-mobility, becoming a major driver for growth. They're not going anywhere. In electric mobility, it solves two problems, both climate change and pollution. Pollution being the more immediate and urgent problem today. And I don't see these jobs going anywhere. Most governments, like Delhi, has already mandated that by 2030 we'll stop selling diesel vehicles and petrol vehicles. It's here to stay. I mean, the 2030 might become 2032, but those jobs will not go away, right? So this is a space where I think uh, the sky is the limit in terms of career growth, and that's where I strongly encourage to have the students have a look at it, especially if they like being hands-on and they like getting their hands dirty with projects and building things. So that's it from my side. I think any questions? I just thought.
So I think to raise more questions, what we can do is, while we have showcased all of this to you, we would like to tell you, we'd like to show you how we do it. So would you like to go for a campus tour? And then we can then break for lunch. Is that good enough? All right. So give us 2 minutes. We'll just break this entire group into two, right? So that we'll have a guided campus tour and take you around the campus. Show you the classroom, also interact with a few students. Okay. Show you our studio, the beyond the studio, our labs where we really do things, and our playground and so many other facilities that we also have. All right. So just give us a minute and we will take you to the guided campus tour.
We have designed the programs at Atria University to cater to the needs of the students and industry in the near future. All the majors that we offer at Atria University are interdisciplinary in nature. We use an experiential project-based pedagogical approach where we try to balance the practical and application-oriented learning along with the theoretical learnings.
We basically focus more on project-based learning where the students are given problems to solve so that the ultimate aim is not to allow the students to write exams and pass out and have a degree, but to allow the students to have good skills so that they can be the future leaders in the coming years.
On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects.
The Center of Excellence at Atria University is a truly interdisciplinary effort which combines engineers, economists, people with a policy background, people with a software background who come together and try to solve problems which have large social impact and which are pressing problems of our time given the climate crisis.
You will also go deeper into learning to learn, which is the core philosophy of Atria University.
We enable you to define the future of artificial intelligence, of renewable energy, of electric mobility, of biotechnology, of agriculture, and overall of sustainability.
Ultimately, we enable you to go beyond and be a true beyonder.
The world is changing at such a rapid pace that we don't really understand how to keep pace with the rate of change. Certainly true of education more than any other. A good example is the AI and ChatGPT came into popular parlance, if you will, last November 2022, and in 4 or 5 months, I think half the world's population is now in some way or another starting to use AI in some fashion or another. Really, education has to go off and figure out how to stay pace, if you will, with that. And that's what really Atria University is all about. We're trying to make sure that the skill of learning on their own and learning using technologies and tools becomes part of the metric that we will deliver from a skill perspective to the students who graduate out of Atria University. This is both disruptive and required. Required because if we don't ensure that the skills and tools are available for the young adults that come out of this portal, if you will, we are doing a disservice from an educational perspective. Yes, domain understanding is something that is critical and necessary, but really the tools of tomorrow that will change the metrics of how domain understanding is acquired, delivered, and applied will all be so vastly different that if we as an education institution don't make sure that that happens, we are doing a disservice to the next generation of young adults. I'm really truly believe that there are multiple vehicles to make sure that learning happens, and for us, learning by doing and ensuring that collaborative learning is in a structured fashion is part of the metrics of delivery, and the sage on the stage becomes a sage on the side is something that is designed into the way we ensure that delivery happens. All of this makes us disruptive, but we believe that this is required, and no more is the time for incremental change. Disruptive change is the order of the day, and if educational institutions don't do that, we are doing a disservice for the next generation of young adults. And I truly believe that Atria University is on its path in charting new paths, if you will, and ensuring that those new paths deliver on the promise of ensuring that the young adult of tomorrow is ready and able to apply what they learn here into the real world day one as soon as they get out of the portal. More importantly, we also believe that the problems of society is what they need to really look at, and we will address in the process of delivery problems of society, and the learnings will happen through a delivery of execution of continuous set of projects that move towards solving a or many problems of society. I'm really hoping that we will do the service that's required for the next generation of adults. The genesis of Atria University comes out of the fact that we've been involved in education through Atria Institute of Technology. The learning out of Atria Institute of Technology was that it addresses a certain set of needs, but it's more focused on domain understanding and domain knowledge in the technology spaces. Our belief is we need to move from there, and Atria University has evolved out of the fact that that requires a truly game-changing approach to knowledge delivery. And that is the knowledge delivery, even in the sciences area, has to have a overlay or integration of liberal thinking, liberal sciences, if you will, in the process. Atria's genesis is because we wanted that process to happen. Today we believe we are potentially, certainly India's first, possibly world's first, truly project-led in the way that we deliver the sciences and the domain knowledge, but yet ensuring that the student that graduates from here becomes a leader that has the ability to collaborate, address, articulate problems of society, find answers or resources to solve that problem, collaborate with them, and then deliver on that. That's the reason for the existence or creation of Atria University. I hope we will actually live up to the promise to a point where the world will actually say this is how it has to be done. New age universities, what do they need to do? One, make sure that they're not constrained by saying if we deliver knowledge, we've done our job, because the world is changing at extremely fast pace. So what are the few things that a new age university must focus on? One is, does the student have the ability to put together and articulate a problem statement in the area that they're studying? Two, can they work together with their peers to understand the conceptual knowledge that is required for them to become good in their domain? Two, to be able to say different skills within the collaborative team are integrated to a point where the basic conceptual knowledge can be applied in the real world to solve a problem of society. Three, do they have the ability to say, once we've found or articulated and found the people who will do it, what are the resources required to address that particular problem that they're talking of? Four, if they're ready with that, then how do they go about acquiring those resources? Because lots of times it would be beyond the resources available within the physical environment of the university. Having done all that, how do you collaborate and find the answer? Then 6, how do you articulate that answer in a fashion so that the layperson, let's say the manager that you work for, is able to, but is not necessarily fully aware of the technologies involved, is able to understand the problem that you are solving, how you solved it, and how it can be applied, how the solution can be applied in the area that you're trying to solve. These are the things that I think are critical to know for the next generation of students. We at Atria University have picked multiple science disciplines, if you will, or science engineering disciplines in the areas of, I would say, energy sciences, mobility, life sciences, and the digital transformation, IT transformation, or interactive technologies that are happening around the world at a pace that is mind-boggling. So my hope is that we are driving the processes to a point where the entire ecosystem, which includes mentors, when I say mentors, the faculty and the academia, the students, the administrative environment of the university, all of them are vehicles of delivering the objectives that the university wants to achieve in the areas that we've spoken of today, and as we grow in the engineering, technology, sciences area as we move forward. And the goal really is say if we were to look back 5 years from now, can we make sure that the student who graduates from here is startup ready? The world will change to a point where there will be more employers than employees, and we need to make sure that the youngsters that graduate from the university are ready for that world. We think we are putting the systems in place, the process in place to make sure that happens. It's a lead on to the answer that I gave. If we can say all of our innovation, all of our development, not just innovation, all of our development happens in an academic environment, and that is only executed in this company, I think we've really changed the approach that industry takes to engage with academia. So we are really focused in the next 2 years making sure that is institutionalized within the company. The country, we're running towards it, if we are to generate 500 gigawatts of renewable energy, the people resources are the biggest challenge. And within that people resources, the engineering resources and the engineering management resources are really the answer that we have to find. It may be easier to find the financial resources, but it is a journey to make sure that the people resources are available and are skilled enough to address that. That's where I think we will find challenges. That's where academia should look at energy as a space, and within that energy as a space, I'm now saying Atria University needs to focus on the energy services major, because truly that's the space that has the largest opportunity over the next 10 years and even beyond actually. So I think the focus for Atria University, along with other spaces, certainly digital transformation folds itself into energy services, but really the pillar is energy services itself.
I'm Vijay Simha. I'm the Dean of Academics and the Director of the Center of Excellence for Connected Intelligence at Atria University. We have designed the programs at Atria University to cater to the needs of the students and industry in the near future. All the majors that we offer at Atria University are interdisciplinary in nature, and we are already seeing that the industry is looking for graduates with an interdisciplinary competence. When it comes to the pedagogical approach, we use an experiential project-based pedagogical approach where we try to balance the practical and application-oriented learning along with the theoretical learnings. The students at Atria University go through what are called as learning sprints, where each sprint is roughly around 3 weeks, where the focus is on immersive learning and an experiential full cycle approach, where the student focuses on one subject at a time and all related concepts related to that particular subject, and that we have seen helps a lot in developing not just learning but a level of expertise in the area of focus. Typically a student completes more than 30 plus projects over the 4 years, starting with the first year, which we call as the immersion year.
Hi, I'm Dr. Anupama Sanjeev, and I'm the Assistant Director for Academics at Atria University. The Year 1 or immersion year is truly transformative, both in terms of the opportunities it offers to explore all the majors and also in terms of catalyzing personal growth. As you go deeper into each major, which is spread quarter-wise over the immersion year, you will also go deeper into learning to learn, which is the core philosophy of Atria University. Alongside, You will also develop skills and understand how to use critical thinking and problem solving, which is so necessary for industry. Alongside, as you move towards the beyonder mindset, what we call the beyonder mindset, you understand how to look at every opportunity, something that would advance your growth or building a growth mindset. Typically, industry uses systems thinking and design thinking to look at solutions, and this is something you would incorporate in the very first year. You would understand what the approach is and use it in some situations to see how you could use it further throughout the 4-year program and as well as in work roles. Ultimately, we enable you to go beyond and be a true beyonder.
Looking at multidisciplinary learning and also giving them the opportunity to be able to speak out for themselves as to what is it that they are doing are all essential parts of learning, and that's what I can see what you have looked at and conceived for yourself for the sake of Atria. And I think 21st century universities which are not just IIT-like, we need IIT-like universities, we need IITs, we need Indian Institute of Sciences, we need very high-end medical colleges, but we also need a very open-minded and a very sophisticated approach to learning the basics which a child of 16 and 17 should be given access and approach also. So I think you've succeeded in coming through with that formulation, and I hope in the future as well this gains much of a traction. And I think the traction will come when your students are going to go out there and seek some kind of a role for themselves, whether by their own enterprise or working for somebody else. It is then that the difference between a learning of this and a learning by the rote methods will differentiate for themselves, and students who are now able to have an hands-on and also communicate better and have the confidence that they know how it works will make them stand out as opposed to those who come by the road.
Hi, I am Ravi. I have an experience of around 35 years in industry. Basically started my career in Department of Heavy Industries, Government of India, and worked close to 15 years. Then moved on to the battery industry and close to 20 years. I worked in different capacities, mainly in research and development in various battery chemistries, mainly for defense and commercial. And in Atria, I am looking after the director of Center of Excellence Battery Engineering. Here we design and deliver the battery courses for students in energy sciences in e-mobility. And the battery courses are mainly on right from the basic electrochemistry till advanced battery engineering. And second is we have set up a prototyping lab for doing new battery chemistries, for developing battery chemistries, which could be an IP for Atria University. And also we look for industry collaborations to scale it up for end applications. So we are mainly targeting on energy storage and EV. So that's about the basic battery lab and COE in context with Atria University and also with regards to students. Generally basic this battery chemistries are only taught in postgraduate level and in doctoral research. But here in Atria University we are giving a glimpse of what batteries are for EV and energy storage. How is that actually battery works? That is in the electrochemistry, right till the advanced. What is that going now in the battery arena? What are the different types of battery chemistries? What are the different types of form factors? All this we are going to teach students in this graduate level. That is the main motto of Atria University, and that is the flagship of in the graduation level. Students can experience how a battery basic chemistry can be made. That is called the synthesis. All this sorts of synthesis, manufacturing a coin cell, testing a coin cell, that is a validating, and doing the cell studies with the electrochemical workstation. All these are hands-on experience physically and practically for the student to understand in the grad level. All the synthesis equipment we have in it in our facility, and you can validate the cell. Once the coin cell is made, you can form it. That is nothing but the oxidation and the reduction process, and you can do the life cycle test for it. So that is called the validating machines. They are from Niver, and we have an electrochemical workstation which can do the cell level studies on cyclic voltammetry, rotate voltammetry. All this we can do in house. But for characterization, we go to IAC or outside to get characterization. If not, for manufacture, validating and cell studies, we have and what not in our in-house campus. We welcome researchers across to use our facilities for creating the new battery chemistries or across, and shortly we will be expanding our facilities for manufacturing or prototyping in pouch, prismatic, cylindrical and bleed cells. And thank you. I hope you can contact me over this email for utilization of lab or any other queries. Thank you.
The important thing is, what does sustainability mean? And it's simple. It's a social goal for people to coexist on Earth over a long period of time.
Unfortunately, climate change is not geographically controlled, it's humanity.
For that architecture in Bangalore, if we're all Bangaloreans, if you've really seen it, and I've seen it much longer than most of you.
Here we have 4 literally voices of change, where sustainability is literally the key.
Hi, my name is Praful. I lead the Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence and Decentralized Technologies at Atria University. The traditional computer science program that is being offered by the vast majority of engineering colleges today in India, I think is both outdated in what is being taught and how it is being taught. I think students need to acknowledge that the world would be very different 5 years from now, whether they want to join the industry or they want to go on to pursue higher education with a master's or a PhD. And what they need to prepare for them, those courses and those futures, is not necessarily what is being taught in computer science courses. The digital transformation course at Atria University is different from the traditional computer science courses in at least 3 ways. First, a strong focus is to make sure that students know how to learn. Instead of teaching students and spoon-feeding students with everything that they need to know, our focus is on making them efficient learners. And this is a key skill that students of tomorrow will need, because the speed at which technology is evolving, anything that you learn today quickly becomes outdated in 4, 5, 10 years. And the way we achieve this ability to learn is using project-based learning, where we teach students in immersive 3-week sprints, and students must complete a project in every sprint, which means they must complete a project every 3 weeks. And the 3 weeks structured in such a way that it's a combination of lectures, discussions, reading, and project. And the way we do this is that we give the students enough to get started on the project, but we don't give them everything that they need to complete the project. And that forces them to figure stuff out on their own. And this project-based learning methodology, which gets them started but requires them to figure stuff out on their own, is really how we build the ability to learn, and we build learners for tomorrow. When we sat down and thought about what is the course structure that we should offer as part of the digital transformation course at Atria University, me and my colleagues drew upon several years of experience in the industry and academia. I, for example, had served on the board of studies at another university. I have taught working professionals artificial intelligence and machine learning. I had been a working professional in technology for several years and had also been an entrepreneur. And what I found was that it was extremely difficult to recruit students fresh from the university and expect them to contribute on day one. Part of the problem was that what they needed to know before starting contributed and what they were actually taught in engineering, there was a huge gap between them. So when we sat down and we said, what is it that we need to do to make sure that students are ready for the future, we came up with 3 big ideas. Realize that we cannot shy away from the fact that students today already have access to AI tools like ChatGPT. And how do we evaluate students? How do we make sure that they learn what they need to know in an age where access to AI tools like ChatGPT and Copilot is as simple as Google search? And when we thought about it, here is what we came up with. We said 2 ways we will do this. One is we encourage students to use ChatGPT as a teaching assistant. So what we teach in the class and when we give them a reading assignment, we actually tell them, go use ChatGPT to understand something that you did not understand in the class. Or if we have given you a reference reading material and you don't understand something, please use ChatGPT to kind of deepen your understanding. So we are almost using it to our advantage. At the same time, when we evaluate students, we make sure that we weave into our evaluation process mock interviews, right, which are oral interviews with faculty members, which are done several times during the sprint, with the objective of making sure that the students have understood and are able to communicate what they have learned. So I think at places we have adapted to the fact that ChatGPT is available, and at places we are actually using it as a tool which students can use as a teaching assistants to learn better. A large focus of the 3-year syllabus after the foundation year is on technologies we believe will be very, very important in the next decade. So if you look at the course curriculum that we have designed in digital transformation, a significant focus is on data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. What we believe is that these technologies are going to open up career opportunities for students across horizontals, across domains, and across verticals. Just like computer science was a technology which impacted every sector, we believe technologies like data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence will open up job opportunities in sectors across consulting, retail, supply chain, marketing, advertising, what have you. And I think that's one of the key principles of designing the 3-year course syllabus that make it relevant for the next decade.
Hi, I'm Abhishek Padmanabhan and I lead the Center of Excellence in Energy Sciences and E-Mobility at Atria University. The current climate crisis is really one caused by the energy sector, by a rampant use of fossil fuels for industry, for transport, and for lighting our own homes. What it requires is for us to decarbonize all 3 of these sectors immediately. That's where the energy sector is undergoing probably the most incredible transformation it has in the last 120 years, and we want you to be part of this. In India also, clean energy movement is taking a rapid course of action. Prime Minister Modi has recently announced a massive 75,000 crore subsidy for rooftop solar. There are massive budgetary allocations for green hydrogen. There are massive budgetary allocations for electric vehicles, and all of this requires engineers, it requires business people, it requires people who understand design to come in together. That's where our unique energy sciences degree comes into the picture. We blend what are traditionally aspects of electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, as well as the software side of things to deliver an experience which is very close to what you'd be doing on the field. We also indulge in a lot of projects. So every student as part of their curriculum actually participates in almost 10 to 12 projects over the course of their degree. Participate in internships that we run both within the COE and outside the COE with our industrial partners, and this gives them a heavy exposure into the sector, which is very well rounded and holistic, that allows them to slot in seamlessly into the many jobs which will open up in the sector given the current climate crisis. Hi, I'm Abhishek Padmanabhan, and I lead the Center of Excellence in Energy Sciences and E-Mobility at Atria University. The current climate crisis is really one caused by the energy sector, by a rampant use of fossil fuels for industry, for transport, and for lighting our own homes. What it requires is for us to decarbonize all three of these sectors immediately. That's where the energy sector is undergoing probably the most incredible transformation it has in the last 120 years, and we want you to be part of this. In India also, clean energy movement is taking a rapid course of action. Prime Minister Modi has recently announced a massive 75,000 crore subsidy for rooftop solar. There are massive budgetary allocations for green hydrogen. There are massive budgetary allocations for electric vehicles, and all of this requires engineers, it requires business people, it requires people who understand design to come in together. That's where our unique energy sciences degree comes into the picture. We blend what are traditionally aspects of electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, as well as the software side of things to deliver an experience which is very close to what you'd be doing on the field. We also indulge in a lot of projects. So every student as part of their curriculum actually participates in almost 10 to 12 projects over the course of their degree. Participate in internships that we run both within the COE and outside the COE with our industrial partners, and this gives them a heavy exposure into the sector, which is very well rounded and holistic, that allows them to slot in seamlessly into the many jobs which will open up in the sector given the current climate crisis.
The Atria University tries to kind of push students to solve the new problems that are emerging for us. Now, for the students and for the faculties, this program is really challenging and really exciting, because we try to teach new novel things to the student in a much project oriented manner. On the other hand, the students also learn things by doing. In that one, they are implementing the projects and vertically going down to the theoretical aspects of those projects. Presently in this center, the research is going on very advanced sciences. One of them is cancer biology, in which we are trying to see how cancer cells are becoming aggressive, the mechanistic insights, the novel molecular markers of cancer. On the other hand, we are also trying to kind of develop novel antibiotics or antimicrobials against emerging infections. The other aspects of this center is that research is going on diverse aspects of agriculture, and as well as some in silico drug designing are also happening in this center. Ultimately, the goal of this center is to become a state-of-the-art center in which the problems related to human life, human challenges down the line will be solved. This is the program for them, in which we not only fuse health sciences with life sciences, we also fuse artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as other aspects of agriculture with our life science program. Thank you.
First and foremost is being aware of it, is to understand that there is a change happening in climate and weather, which is much faster than it used to be in the past. Because our actions are not towards making it better, but it is actually making it worse. And you should also learn how to become adapted to the change and live in such a manner that you will be able to continue to living without getting extinct. That's what is important.
So I think today's symposium has been a lot about what is the science that we are part of, what are the challenges, the grounded challenges, whether it's in our cities or in our villages, and what's the action that we can take.
It's been very interesting. I mean, you see a diverse variety. For example, you looked at Professor Srinivasan, who kind of warned us about, let's say, the climate change, which is almost impending. And then you also saw a presentation by Professor Harini Nagendra, who kind of looked at a very micro scale, let's say in the city scale, and what could be done, how we could make it sustainable. I mean, I have been enjoying the presentations very much.
Climate Change Symposium has been very interesting. I think it's very nice to have people doing cutting edge research across India. I've already learned a lot from the few presentations I've been listening to.
It's been a very good experience. It's been very informative, learning from some of the great scientists in the country. Not only learning about the latest science in India, but also the latest international science, and tempered with a very grounded understanding of what are the challenges that are facing our country today.
I have been actually quite impressed with, first of all, the infrastructure, but also the quality of presentations at the symposium, meeting a lot of old friends and new. So I'm really excited with this one-day event, and I hope we have future such symposia.
In ISRO, we have a team called NICES, National Action Flows Climate Research and Change. So this is piloted at NRSC Hyderabad, where we make use of various stakeholders who are working in the sector, who are doing research. All the universities, institutions who are part of this climate research are brought under this. And what we do is that we provide information based on the space-based as well as terrestrial sensors that we have deployed, and this data will be put in a platform in our websites, and this data can be downloaded by everyone free of cost and make use of it for their research. So this is a first and foremost action that we do. Then we do conduct programs on a regular basis on campaigns to understand various aspects. A few of them I'll tell you. One is we map entire forest land, find out what is the extent of forest land and how much it is very good quality, how much is getting depleted over a period of time, how the boundary changes occur. So this is one information that we give to forest survey departments. We map arid lands of the country and find out whether these areas are becoming greener or they are worse over a period of time. We map entire water bodies in the country. There are lakhs of water bodies in our country. All of them are mapped with regard to the water content and how it cyclically changes with the season, whether water will come and go down, the quality of the water, whether it is suitable for fish cultivation or otherwise, this type of information that we give. We map entire rivers, looks at the outage, the pollution, how much water goes into sea, the flooding patterns, in seasonal flooding patterns, and its prediction of inundation. We look at all the glaciers, and there are lakhs of glaciers, and all of them are mapped in such a manner that and we give the quantity of ice and how it changes with cycle, how it increases or decreases over periods of time. We measure atmosphere around Indian continent and also beyond it, map the entire water content, the clouds, the precipitation, and we also measure the sea surface, the waves, the salinity, the color, and look at how the fish production activity takes place, the producibility of the seas are measured. Like that, we measure essential climate variables. We know about 50 plus are there, out of which certain numbers are monitorable from space. Around 12 to 13 essential climate variables are measured from space, rest are measured from ground measurements, and this data is continuously updated in our websites for all the climate modelers to make use of it. So, and we continue to develop new sensors and new techniques and algorithms. One of the recent one is a GNSS reflectometry, where we use a payload on board the satellite to look at a radar-based observation of the GNSS signal, which comes directly from satellite as well as reflect from Earth. So we can find out how the geophysical parameters influence those signals, and we can make a measurement of various parameters. So new techniques we develop, and this is given to all the scientists working in climate weather modeling free. First and foremost is being aware of it, is to understand that there is a change happening in climate and weather, which is much faster than it used to be in the past. Because our actions are not towards making it better, but it's actually making it worse. It could be in various ways. The type of exploitation of Earth, the deforestation that is happening, the pollution that is created out of industries and energy usages, and our way of life, it actually creates problem or stressing on the environment. And first, a society must be aware of it. And once you are aware of it, you will be able to take certain actions like not polluting your rivers, not planting more trees, don't remove greeneries across the country. Exploitation natural resources should be in a controlled manner, not over-exploitation for your benefit alone. So there are many things that you can actually do in small scale that will actually reduce the speed at which the climate change occurs. But you cannot eliminate it because it's very natural to happen, and you should also learn how to become adapted to the change and use in such a manner, live in such a manner that you will be able to continue to living without getting extinct. Space is one area where you can get interested, but there is a lot of other things possible. I want to always say all of you come to space. Space is a very limited domain where you can actually work in rockets, satellites or its applications. It's a really exciting domain, but it's those for who have a passion, you can always join. But you can be in any domain but still work for space. So even a material scientist, a climate and weather scientist, or a chemical scientist who works on propulsion, everything is open for space. But today I will offer you that there is so much of things that can be done based on space-based applications. For students here, I would like to advise that there is so much of work that you can do based on the data that comes out of the space missions. Converting the data to a product to become useful by the community is called business. So if you can work out how to convert that data, for example, the points which I mentioned is sequestration and footprint calculation, and every industry is looking for it. And if you can really create an app or a development, a useful application which will actually quantify you due to your work how much of footprints are being changed, and that becomes a very important measure of finance even today for companies. I'm giving an idea for converting that idea into a business opportunity. So students can look at it not just technological work, but also converting the result of those technologies into a useful product and create business. Unless you have economic activity around it, our space research capability will not increase.
Hello, my name is Vishwa Shah. I'm a pre-final year student at Atria University. I'm currently pursuing a BTech in Energy Science. Currently, I'm a management consulting intern at PwC India in the advisory line of services, followed by climate and energy as a sub-business unit. As a part of this role, I have to analyze market dynamics, competitor strategies, and regulatory frameworks to craft and strategic recommendation for my clients. I'm thrilled to have a role wherein each challenge brings in new opportunities for problem solving. In this dynamic workspace, I have an opportunity to adapt and understand newer technologies and concepts which I'm not quite familiar with. This is my fourth internship, and in my previous role at C-STEP, which is a think tank in Bangalore, I was a research analyst intern in the power sector. I'm thankful for the management, faculties at Atria University for making a flexible curriculum which is especially customized for an individual. This allows me to take up such opportunities which I couldn't have otherwise. I think my major has allowed me to understand multiple things that I'm learning in my several internships. For example, it is more about the skills that you learn rather than the concepts. Because if you have the skills, for example, if you are able to research, analyze multiple things that are given to you, I think you can thrive in any environment. I think that what we are taught in class is exactly the same of what resembles in an industrial world. For example, we had an energy management course wherein you understand what do the energy managers, the auditors learn. So it was an complete legal and management course. So in that we did not have any hand holding at all. So in that experience, we only had like 1 hour lectures every day, and you were just given resources and what you have to learn. So and at the end of the day, you are told what should be the outcome. So it's not like basically giving you tasks every day. There are multiple outcomes that you should achieve. So these are in terms of your skill sets and not your learnings or activities or any assignments that are very typical in most colleges, most engineering colleges for that matter. So I think what we are taught and how we are taught in our university is the same in what we have to do in an internship. For example, in this internship, there's nobody to tell you, there's nobody to guide you every day. There aren't any 6-hour lecture that what you have to do. So I think we make an environment, a workspace, which is quite similar to the industry. Recently, I also completed an internship at IIT Chennai. there was a subcategory at IIT Chennai known as the Energy Consortium. So I was part of the Net Zero Energy Building, wherein I learned how to research and analyze multiple softwares, standards, and skill sets that are used to benchmark a particular net zero energy building. For example, how do you compare two buildings which is more greener? So there are multiple standards and softwares to do so. So this is what I learned for an 3-week internship, and I think I have covered a lot. And what made me unable to understand all of these and made me to do a very rigorous work in just 3 weeks was the skill sets that we are taught in the college. So we are able to actually understand and adapt to any new skill sets that we are given to within like a 3-week period of time, which is usually our sprint duration. So the similar work I also applied at internship at IIT Chennai. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Uwais Sajjad Shafi. I am a Year 3 undergraduate student pursuing a BTech degree in the Energy Science major at Atria University. I recently had the opportunity to intern with the Energy Consortium at IIT Madras. My internship provided me with an incredible opportunity to be part of cutting-edge research and contribute to the field of sustainable energy solutions. The primary scope of my internship was to research and analyze the intricate realm of carbon trading. Carbon trading is essentially a market-based mechanism that aims to provide economic incentives to countries and organizations to reduce their overall emissions. In more simplistic terms, carbon trading may be defined as the buying and selling of the right to emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide. During my internship, I explored various aspects of this market-based mechanism with a deep focus on the influence of external entities on the carbon market. I explored how various entities and transformational forces such as geopolitical synergies, sustainability and finance, the social cost of carbon, and energy policy and governance can contribute to the overall dynamics of the carbon market. And I've come to understand that comprehending the influence of these entities is a necessity, as it allows the respective stakeholders to devise policies and strategies to overcome this, to navigate this intricate realm. Working alongside the experts at the Energy Consortium and exchanging ideas with them was a profoundly enriching experience. The internship has shaped my understanding of the pivotal role of carbon trading in creating a more sustainable future. And as I take steps towards furthering my career, I am confident that the knowledge and skills acquired during this internship will play a crucial role in shaping my contributions to a more sustainable and green world. I am thankful to Atria University for setting up this incredible internship opportunity with IIT Madras.
Currently pursuing 3rd year undergrad at Atria University. I am pursuing BTech in Digital Transformation, and currently I am the founder of Connect AI. That's a community in Bangalore, and I am an author of From Data to World. Along with this, I am also a micro student ambassador and currently running a tech community at Atria University. I did internship at HealthArc Insights. That's a healthcare-based data analytics company. I got a hands-on experience on data science, data visualization, machine learning. Apart from this, it was also an introduction to startup culture, the industrial norms that we follow. So as a community speaker, I have given talks at Microsoft Reactor, ThoughtWorks, MathWorks, and then even at IoT shows. So these talks are organized by various communities, and I am an active member of AML community, EFI group, and so many other communities. So these talks are the good opportunity to exchange ideas, network, and even collaborate on new projects. So digital transformation is a major that have the perfect blend of business and technology. Programming is just a tool. We have so many AI tools these days that can write programs, codes for you. But having business is an extra edge for me in the industry. So reason for choosing Atria University was the concept of project-based learning and having an industrial approach. Moreover, the Atria University offers unique curriculum that I was always looking for, and the best part, we don't have any exams. So talking about the campus life, we have a lot of diversity on campus in terms of skill set, culture, background, and a lot more. Campus is accessible 24/7 to us. We have a lot of collaborative spaces where we can brainstorm and ideate over any event or any startup idea. And the best part, we have a lot of friendly professors. I just want to advise my juniors, be explorative. Explore things beyond your books, internet. Don't restrict yourself, get out of your comfort zone, because the world is beyond exams. And very importantly, be open to changes. Further moving ahead from Atria University, I am planning to do Masters in Business Analytics. That is basically the application of data science and data analytics in the world of business. I have always been involved in business statistics. So there's something of my interest, and that's what I have been doing at Atria University.
Hello everyone, my name is Satyam Abhishek. I'm a student of Digital Transformation doing my BTech at Atria University, Bangalore. I am in my pre-final year right now. Currently, I'm interning with PwC India in the advisory line of service, where I work closely with the digital transformation team there. As a student of digital transformation, I'm interested in data science, machine learning, and the business aspect of it. I'm more inclined towards the business and consulting part of it, and that is where most of my internship have been at Atria University. I'm really thankful to the administration because they provide flexibility to choose the kind of work that you will do at your workplace. And as a mandated part of the curriculum, we have 3 months of internship every year. So my previous internship, that was with another consulting firm in which I worked as a business development intern and as a new product introduction. I helped the client deliver a new technology platform, and I think that is pretty much in use and that is thriving as well. So it is good to see that. So the kind of courses we have at Atria University are sprint styled, and one benefit that I could clearly see during my internship experience of the sprint courses was any skill that we are presented with, we take a couple of weeks to learn that, and in the 3rd week we deliver a final project based out of that. So it has helped me immensely in my internship experience with different organizations and firms, because no two problems are same in any consulting work that I do. So any new problem that I am faced with or any new tool that comes up that I have to use, I hardly take any time to research it online, and then I can quickly contemplate on it in the work that I do in the organizations. Apart from that, the curriculum of digital transformation at Atria University is really hands-on and is compliant with all the new technologies that is coming into the picture. For example, we have courses in generative AI, in Power BI, and all of it puts the students of AU ahead of a lot of other interns that come from traditional colleges. They struggle with the newer tools, but we are quite familiar with that, so it gives us an added advantage to perform and do better work. So if you are in the university, I can assure you the amount of learnings and experiences that you have in your class year would be better than and would be more profound than anybody in the same class year from any other college. That is something I've personally witnessed. So I would wish you all the best for your upcoming internship season, and also you can focus on the core skills and competitiveness that Atria University has provided you, and you can also leverage the resources that we have at the campus, be it for the internship opportunities or for any research internship that you want to do. We have tie-ups with so many organizations and with institutions around the world. You can leverage that, and all the best for your internship. From day one, the kind of projects and courses I have taken at Atria University have always had an inclination towards the industry. So it never felt that I was out of touch with the industry. Everything that's happening in the industry is covered pretty much either in the syllabus of the Atria University or in the projects, vivas or mock interviews that we have had. So even at the first day of my internship, I was presented with a task that I had to do 8 hours to do, and I could easily do it in 4 hours. And that is something I would solely attribute to the kind of training and programming we have had at Atria University. I would thank the professors of the university that have helped come up with that kind of confidence in us, and the kind of pressure, that positive pressure that we have had in our courses and the sprint style learning. All of it accounts for the kind of training and industry readiness that we have as a third year student. My message to all of you looking for internship right now or who are in the applying season right now is that the kind of training you have had at Atria University is very profound, and the moment you step into the workplace, you will realize how well placed you are compared to other candidates your age. For example, we have had courses in Power BI and Generative AI, and that places us a lot ahead compared to other candidates having the same kind of degree. So yes, focus on your core competencies. That will always help you in your internship experiences. And I wish you all the best. The opportunities at Atria University when it comes to internships, student exchanges, and research is limitless. Try to leverage that, speak to your professors, connect with them, and you'll be placed well. All the best. Thank you.
On a cold day, it's lovely to see all of these lovely smiling faces.
Personally, like visiting new places, new persons, because we get to learn from everyone.
Within like 1 minute, and there are like a billion pounds being written in a week.
We will not stop serving food. Today, we still distribute food between 500 to 1,000 people every single day.
To find your best college, register now at mymatthews.com.
So all I want you to do is don't have to get up, just sit down. This is very easy to do, right? You take both the hands, okay, and you do this. This is very easy to do, right? Now you keep one hand as 1, the other hand as 5. Okay? Now then change this. Okay? Alright? Now you know what does this do? No, not everybody. Little difficult, no? Alright? Now this is what, okay? Now you're going to learn about why this happens a little bit. Okay? And human intelligence itself takes a little time. So how does artificial intelligence, deal with it, right? So now let me just go ahead by introducing uh, this next topic, all right, which is digital transformation at Atria University. And for that, I would like to introduce Dr. Praful Chandra, a versatile reader whose career spans industry, academia, and entrepreneurship, all driven by a commitment to technological advances and societal impact. Dr. Chandra's expertise lies in a range of transformative technologies, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital transformation. His journey includes valuable experience in the corporate world, where he held key positions such as principal data scientist and research manager at Hewlett Packard and led the patent committee at HP Labs India. Dr. Chandra is also a successful entrepreneur, having founded Coin Earth, a company at the forefront of blockchain technology, developing solutions like a product passport for cars and an NFT platform for brands. Currently, Dr. Chandra serves as a professor of artificial intelligence at Atria University and the director of the Atria Center of Excellence in AI and Decentralized Technologies, where he is dedicated to applying these powerful technologies to addressing pressing global issues such as climate impact, sustainability, and biodiversity conservation. I can go on with all the accolades and achievements, and now I want to just ensure that Dr. Chandra, please come on stage and take on.
Thank you, Karthik. Um, hey guys, so let me jump in. I want to start with this quote from Sundar Pichai. Right, Sundar Pichai is the CEO of Google. And this is a quote. Look at the date. This is October 2024, about 6-7 months ago. And Sundar Pichai said that 25% of the code that Google is generating today is not being generated by humans. It is being written by AI algorithms. So AI algorithms are writing the code that Google is then deploying to provide services to you and me. About 3 months later, January 2025, this is Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is saying that we are at a point where we will have AI engineers replacing human engineers. And these AI engineers will not only be writing code, but we'll be writing AI algorithms, which will be then working on the products. This is Jan 2025, and look at the difference, October to Jan, 3 months. This is March 2025, 2 months later, and Dario Amodel, who is the CEO of Anthropic, which is one of the second largest companies in AI in the world, he's saying in 3 to 6 months, AI will be writing 90% of the code. The question, therefore, people who are looking for their kids to go to computer science, is this computer science dead? And I think anybody who's looking at sending their children to computer science should probably be asking this question, right? And to answer this question, you have to kind of look at a historical perspective. If you look at the history of where digital technologies has come from, starting in 1950, when the first digital computer was built, to today, which is about 2025, and think about what this journey has been, you can broadly break it down into 3 buckets. The first bucket was the first 40 years, where the core thing that you were working with was a microprocessor. The microprocessor went into your laptop or your computer. And software engineers who did computer science basically created these applications. So take a minute to think about what that means. You had to create these applications, which means that you had to understand the computer. What does that mean? You have to understand the microprocessor. And that's why traditional computer science, as it is offered today in most engineering colleges, is still this.
You focus on learning programming languages. You focus on learning operating systems, databases, compilers, embedded systems, so on and so forth. But the world has already moved ahead. So most colleges today are actually behind the curve from 1990 onwards. If you look at 1995, when Google launches in 1998, there's a big shift that you are moving from the traditional laptops or computers. Instead of writing something for the computers or the laptops, you are now writing a platform where part of the code runs on your mobile phone and part of it runs on the web. And that's a very different way to think about software programming. So you have the second era, generation 2. As I said, most universities are still stuck in generation 1. Right? Generation 2, some universities have moved to. But what we are seeing coming as of date is the third world, where the microprocessor is now replaced by an AI engine. And that AI engine is the technology behind ChatGPT. So your fundamental paradigm of what you are working with has changed. Whereas most universities and colleges are stuck in era 1, the world has moved to era 2. And now it is moving to era 3. And the way we have thought about is, and I think this is something that Vijay mentioned in the morning, the children who are going to get admitted today in colleges are going to pass out and look for jobs in 2030 and continue to work till 2060 or 2070. So the fundamental question is, what should you be teaching? Should you be teaching the computer science of 20, 40 years ago, or should you be teaching them something that is coming? And that's the fundamental way. When I show you how we have designed our program, I'll talk about it. We are extremely future looking. We have taken a huge bet, and often it has meant making the choice not to teach subjects which are outdated. For example, when I was doing my engineering, I was taught a course on television engineering. It was outdated even at that point in time. If you're teaching somebody television engineering today, you better sign him off that he or she will not get a job. Right? So you really need to look forward as to what's coming. And of course, since we are talking about data, here is the data. This is on the x-axis the year, horizontal axis the year, and the vertical axis is which software engineering discipline is growing the fastest. So your percentage growth, year-on-year percentage growth is on the vertical axis. So if you look at it, at the top is machine learning, the highest growth in jobs. Second is data science. Third is AI. Right? And this is probably, if you are guiding somebody as to what the child should be doing, the highest growth rates within computer science today are not in traditional programming. They are in machine learning, data science, and AI. And if you see at the bottom 4, they are the things that are holding steady, because there's a vast amount of code that already exists for mobile and web, which needs to be maintained. So those are the ones which are holding steady. Okay? So just keep this graph in mind when you think about what should the students be doing. In terms of what we offer and how do we cater to this, we have the DT major, the digital transformation major. We start by 3 things that all students in DT learn, which is foundations in math, foundations in traditional foundational computer science, we teach that, machine learning, and generative AI. Every DT student learns this. On top of that, we offer multiple minors. So depending on your interests, you can have a student can choose to minor in artificial intelligence. I should also say that the artificial intelligence minor is split almost half. So half the seats in artificial intelligence minor are reserved for DT students, but the other half are open to life science students. So a student who is doing a life science or an energy science major can also do a minor in artificial intelligence. Okay? So that's one big major. The second one is data science, which is slightly less math oriented. A lot of the data science rules, data analysis rules go in data science. Third is blockchain and fintech. Fourth is digital transformation. Now, this is slightly tricky. Digital transformation is, of course, not a minor that you can do if you're doing a major in digital transformation. The minor in digital transformation is again targeted towards energy science, life science, and mobility students, because we see this as a technology that will span all majors. Right? So that's something, those are the 4 minors. Right? Now, what does the DT major look like and what do the minors look like? I'll show you what the timeline is. So we are a 4-year course. 4-year broadly is about 15 or 16 quarters that students spend with us. So we think about what do we do with these students? What do we teach them? How do we train them for a period of 16 quarters? This is broadly what it looks like. When the students come in, broadly the first semester or the first quarter is math foundations. Right? We see a lot of gaps in the way students have learned math in 11th and 12th versus how we want them to think about math as how is it applied to solve the real world problem. Second is science foundations, which is physics, chemistry, biology, the foundations of scientific thinking. In quarter three, each major offers a sprint and we allow them to experience the sprint. So digital transformation offers a sprint, life science offers a sprint, energy science offers a sprint, because by the end of year one, they have to make a choice. They have to decide whether they want to major in DT, whether they want to major in life science, whether they want to major in energy science or e-mobility. Quarter four, of course, is the summer vacation. They go back home and spend some time with family. When they come back in year two, the first quarter is computation science fundamentals, right? So these are still important, but we compress them and we make hard trade-offs on what they should be taught and what can be skipped. Six is programming the web. This is where we teach them the mobile plus web technologies which are dominant today. Quarter seven is where we dip them into data science and machine learning. This starts to get more mathematically oriented. Quarter eight is the first internship. They go for an internship. It could be a month-long internship, or it could be a 3-month-long internship, depending on their choice. When they come back, then we kind of dip them in generative AI and prompt engineering, and then the deep learning and AI. Note that there's an orange part here, which basically means that not every student does deep learning in AI. The students who have chosen to do a minor in deep learning in AI are the one doing deep learning in AI. Others have the option to do courses in digital economics. Then there is computer vision and AI, which is the next quarter. Again, if you have done an AI minor option, you study computer vision and AI with a focus primarily on satellite image processing. And the other focus for minors is blockchain and fintech. If you have not opted for the AI minor, you do the blockchain and fintech minor. Last quarter of year three, again, is an internship, preferably a 2 to 3 month internship. The last year starts by advanced topics in AI, typically graph neural networks, reinforcement learning, things like that. If you have not opted for the AI minor, you do cloud computing. Quarter 14 and quarter 15 is a research project, which students define the problem statement and are guided by mentors and faculty members to work on these research projects. And finally, the last quarter is kind of left as slightly buffer time to let them catch up or join the industry early if they so prefer. So this is the 4-year roadmap of what a DT major looks like with optional minors. Right? I won't spend too much time into things. I think Vijay and Anupma covered it. We see ourselves as a liberal STEM university where a lot of focus is on building and giving the tools for the children or students to learn themselves. So I'll skip this, won't spend too much time on this. I want to spend a couple of minutes on this and then I'll close in the next slide. The sprint methodology, right? I think Vijay and Anupma both talked about it. It's about 15 days. Each subject is taught in 15 days, which is about 90 hours. And when a student is learning one subject, the student is learning one subject, which means the student is not doing anything else. That's the concept of immersive learning. So if you do the math, the 1 year is about 4 quarters. The last quarter is typically meant for summer vacations or for internships. So you basically have 3 quarters left. And in these 3 quarters, we offer about 36 to 48 credits that they have to complete. 1 quarter is 4 sprints. Each sprint is so 1 quarter you can complete about 12 to 16 credits. And 1 sprint is 3 weeks, 15 days, which can be about 3 to 4 credits, right? 3 weeks works out to 90 hours of a sprint. What do these 90 hours look like? This is the distribution. Lecture hours are about 26%. So if you're doing a lecture or a group discussion in the classroom, that's about 26% of the time being spent on that. 27% of the time is project. 20% of the time is code along, where somebody from the faculty is actually programming and the students are programming along with them to get accustomed to what is being taught. 17% of the time is reserved for learning from other resources. And these may not necessarily be books. These could be YouTube videos. These could be Instagram videos. These could be papers. It could be whatever. And 10% of the time is for evaluation. Right? So that's how we kind of spend it. The student is responsible for completing 40 credits a year or 160 credits in 4 years, which is the UGC requirement. Right? So that's on the academics part. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the research part, but I won't spend too much time on it. I'll just take 1 minute each of the 3 projects that we are working on. But hopefully you got what you were looking at from the academic side for digital transformation, right? This is the first project. This is basically an AI project which works at the intersection of artificial intelligence, large language models, and weather forecasting. and we are building a use case in the agricultural sector by combining weather forecasting and large language models targeting agriculture at the particular area. This is the second use case. This is again an interdisciplinary project between energy sciences and AI, and it tries to answer the following question. In a world where a lot of the energy in India will be generated by rooftop solar grids, how does the grid need to change to accommodate this? So digitization of the electrical grid in India is the key focus, because the minute you move from coal powered plants to a solar powered grid, you have vast variety of questions coming. The third project is EarthStack. This is about how using AI to for biodiversity conservation in on the planet. So that's the third project. If you have questions, feel free to catch me. We'll be outside for a few minutes if you want to talk. I want to introduce the team with ACAD. If you guys can stand up, these are the people. I'm Praful. Dinkar is here. Bharatan is here. Dr. Prashant is here. Dr. Dheeraj is here. Manas is not here. Vibha is not here. Varsha is here and Nitya is here. If you guys want to talk to us, feel free to talk to us outside the room. And I'll stop here with the quote that something that I said earlier. Remember, the students who are joining today will be passing out in 2030s and will have a career which will go on to 2070. And that's something that you need to kind of prepare the students. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Praful and team, for showcasing Atria's commitment to cutting-edge digital technology and education. Thank you very much. A little change in gears now. I want to invite Mr. Vincent and his team here. I want to invite Dr. Rajivan Madhavan Nair on stage here and Dr. Narayan Swami on stage here for the exchange of MOU, right? So, Mr. Jason, would you like to please accompany Mr. Vincent also as well as part of check? Priya, please. Come. Right. Would you like to say a few words? You know, I think it's as you said, it's a good beginning. I know you have some thoughts, so please.
Yeah, it's a really good beginning. And I was talking to Vincent in the afternoon. So they have a big network. My question is, why we did not meet earlier? It's a good beginning. So I should thank Dr. Nagesh for initiating this dialogue and bringing all these counselors from different parts of the country, especially from southern parts of the country. Pardon? For everything, there's a time. So I feel this is a good time, good auspicious day today. And I am very sure that you will bring a lot of good things to the university. You have learned a lot of things about the university now. We are different. We believe in not doing different things, but doing things different. That is more important. So we are not a conventional university. As Praful was just talking about, AML is very important for all of us. And today's problem is not down the line 4 years. A student who is learning now, studying now, after 4 years, the problem which he may be facing is entirely different. The student should not say, no, I did not learn this problem. Come, I can solve this. So you should equip the student so that even a new problem, when he comes out from the college with a new societal problem, he should be able to handle it confidently. Like inducing confidence in the students is more important. So we are taking not we are just typical classroom lectures. We do that, but in addition to that, we induce a lot of confidence, problem solving, critical thinking. Thinking is different from critical thinking. Critical thinking is slightly different from, not slightly, it's very much different from thinking. Why, how, problem solving. So these are the fundamental things which you may not see in typical universities, frankly speaking. So this is here, this kind of habit is we are following it, this kind of culture we are following it. There are issues. To introduce anything new to the education system, convincing parents, convincing students, a tough position. But we are on the job. We have put the step first step we have put it. We will not come back. We will not step back. We will move forward with all your support. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, VC sir, for your encouraging words out there. Thank you. And definitely, indeed, a great partnership and collaboration that we look forward for. Um, Changing gears and moving on a little bit on the life sciences, right? Like how we gave a concise understanding of what we provide with artificial intelligence and that is digital transformation. Earlier, we spoke about renewable energy sciences and e-mobility. The fourth pillar or the fourth offering that we give is life sciences. Let me go ahead and say a few words about Dr. Sinha. Dr. Abhishek Sinha is one of the most promising cancer researchers around in India. He is presently the program director at Atria University, and his core areas include finding novel biomarkers during stage progression in cancer, understanding mechanistic insight of metastasis, etc. He's also trying to develop novel antifungal, especially using alloy nanoparticles. A lot of these sound Greek and Latin to you, I understand, but then these are the very fundamental, I think, research topics in terms of how we look at cancer, how do you research cancer. He has a PhD in biological sciences from IISER Kolkata, extensive postdoctoral research experience in Israel and in the Netherlands for more than 7 years. He's well connected and presently in collaboration with leading scientists in Israel and Europe. He has won numerous prestigious fellowships, which include DST Young Scientist Travel Award, VATA PBC Postdoctoral Research Fellowship from the Government of Israel, On-Code Fellowship, COST Action Proteostasis, which is from EU Horizon 2020 Travel Award, and these are just to name a few. He has authored numerous publications in frontline journals and is one of the most sought after researchers in the field of cancer cell biology. I would like to now invite Dr. Abhishek Sinha to talk about life sciences at Atria University.
So again, I will like to welcome you all at Atria, and I hope you had a good lunch. So I would like to introduce you towards one program that has been run into our university, which is called the Life Sciences Program, and just give you a bit introduction to the program, that what we are trying to do and what we are trying to achieve in medium and long term. So about the major, I will like just first to make you understand that why we call our program as a Life Sciences Program. So you may have gone through diverse programs, as you all are educators into different universities and colleges which run at different sub branches of life science. Someone may be teaching biotech, someone may be teaching biochemistry, someone may be teaching bioinformatics. So there are diverse sub branches of life sciences. So what it does is give detailed understanding on one of the areas of the life sciences. These are sub areas of life sciences. Now, the motivation for us in creating this program was to make sure the students are capable of solving societal problems. This is reiterated, I think, at the beginning also. So it requires certain bits and pieces of skills of diverse different subjects. If you are taught a microbiology course or you are taught a molecular biology course in depth, you may be lacking your understanding on how the computation works, or you may be lacking the understanding how fermentation works. So these are kind of different sub branches of life sciences. So we try to kind of inculcate all these sub areas into one program, and that's how we named this program as a life sciences program. Develop students' abilities to tackle future challenges surrounding us, and I will just I will just bring it some of the future challenges that I think all of us know, but we don't know the solution of it, because the way we need to tackle it is multi-pronged, and kind of you need an holistic understanding and multidisciplinary approach for tackling those problems. Create an R&D ecosystem to develop student abilities to identify and define societal problems and find out technological problems, and then find out the solutions of it. Now, about the major, sorry, yeah, technical outcomes. So what we want at the end of this 4 years program in life sciences, what the students should have. So these are certain skill sets the student must be acquiring at the end of their 4 years life science program. They should be able to theorize and investigate and experiment and design biological experiments, and to find out the solutions of certain problems through biological means. They should work comfortably in large array of biological systems. To give you an understanding, the biological system is pretty huge. It starts from unseen viruses to large mammals. So a student should have an ability, or at least should not be frightened to work with one kind of organism because he doesn't know that kind of organism, because he was trained only in microbes, or he was trained only in zoonotes. So that's why he don't want to work with microbes. So that's the entire idea of starting this holistic program, because the student should have the ability to work from microbes to even large mammals. In between, there are numerous fungus, algae, you can name it, and there are kind of they should be able to do that. They should quantify, analyze, manipulate the biomolecules, which we called it DNA, RNA, protein, carbohydrates. These are all called biomolecules, and these are the fundamental of every living organisms. So they should be able to work with any one of these molecules from a biomolecule perspective. They should be able to apply the knowledge of basic computations and informatics in biological data analytics. So these are some technical outcomes that we think that the student will achieve at the end of 4-year programs, which will make sure that they can somehow tackle this always evolving problems with life science in near future. Now, the societal problems, just to give you a few understanding of those type of problems that we are faced with. We may not be thinking about it, but these problems are around us, and we are in a web of these problems. Just to give you a frame, complex healthcare challenges, I think all of us should always reiterate the diabetes capital of India. India is the diabetic capital of the world. Then cancers are always propagating at an alarming rate, so it's also expanding quite largely. And then you have infectious disease and antimicrobial resistance. As I am aware that quite a large amount of people here are from Kerala. Am I right? Yeah. So just to give you an example from where Nipah came, the virus. So not only Nipah, in last 10 years, maybe in our life, we may have heard about the amount of viruses which came from animals to humans. Before, if I am a 40-year-old, first 20-25 years of our life, we may have heard about only HIV and maybe a couple of more, which came directly from animals to humans. Now these transmissions are happening at an alarming rate. Just to give you an example of Nipah, last 10 years, we had SARS-CoV, we have normal SARS viruses. Very recently, there was another pneumonia-like virus which came from animals to humans in China. You have Nipah, you have bird flu. So huge amount of viruses have transmitted from animals to humans. This is related to the climate change and global warming, just to give you a fresh idea. Now, this is a transmission from animal to humans, from basically from domesticated animals, majority of them, but some of from the wild animals as well. Now, in next 10 years or 20 years, you will find that as the temperature of the sea rises, you will find more transmissions happening which never used to happen in humankind, that is from saline animals to humans. The animals and the algae and different bacteria which used to live in the deep seas. With the warmer climate, these organisms will mutate at such an alarming rate that you will find that seaborne infections coming into humans. It never used to happen previously, because both the systems are different. Seaborne systems need a very high, low temperature as well as very high salinity. Now, if in human body these infections come, how will you tackle it? So these are the type of problems. You have problems related to a loss of biodiversity. I think you know that the Ghats are now quite endangered, Western Ghats, with more and more agricultural lands are taken, and from the Western Ghat, what say that the Western Ghat natural habitats You have a lot of other things like problems related to sustainability, which will be like a farming problem in which the sea level rises and the coastal soils will become more and more saline. So how will you grow things? So these are some of the challenges that students are facing, and you don't want to face the challenges from one side. So you need a multi-pronged approach. You need understanding of plant sciences, you need understanding of biotechnology, you need understanding of microbiology, understanding of informatics, bioinformatics, or maybe other data sciences to find out a holistic solution of the problem that you are faced with. And that's why we created this program. Just to give you the very brief idea about the curriculum structure, you will find that this is the year 2, year 3, year 4. In first year or in Atria, we teach all the subjects to common students. It is the year 2 when the students generally choose their major. So we generally not only give life sciences, as I marked it with yellow, you will find that a lot of courses are given specifically for AIML and DTITs. I have just given a few. I think Praful has already shown that in the previous section that we provide a minor in AIML for the life science students, or you can choose the data sciences. So these are some of the courses that we provide, which are totally of AIML courses. Likewise, DT courses are also there. What we try to find out that this is how the student develops. This is the type of skill development that happens during their stay in Atria University. So these are general skills, presentation and defending their work, ideation and formulation development, project training. So these are different skill sets that they develop during their stay in Atria University. Similarly, these are technical skills we want that the students will achieve during their stay at different time points at Atria University. So now this year we are starting a program which is an MS research program in computational biology. So this is a very sought after program in computational biology because most of the people who pass out their graduation courses are somehow quite handicapped in their approach towards biology because they don't know how to do programming, how to use different computational methods, AIML in data analytics. So these problems they are faced with. So this course will be quite handy in kind of training them in new age methods, specifically from the perspective of computational sciences, to make them more suitable for job opportunities in computational biology or bioinformatics. The target industries we want to kind of target at the end of the 4 year, the students will have kind of opportunities in diverse industries like pharma, like medical data analytics, agricultural biotech, pathological labs, ecology and conservation, scientific writing. So these are different industries that the students can approach at the end of their 4th year program. I will just give you a few examples that this year our first batch students who were admitted at 2021 are passing out. So some of the opportunities they have got, I will just discuss it at my final slide. Just now, I will like to shift towards the research that the department is doing. Our department is very well funded and currently running projects worth about 1.25 crores, supported by diverse ministries of Government of India. Couple of projects we have which are well funded by Government of India. One in cancer biology, the other one is in the field of ecology and conservation. These are some of the departmental research areas that we are presently involved in: conservation and addressing biodiversity using genomics methods, antimicrobial development, specifically from the point of view of nanoparticles. That is one of the areas in which my own research is very much interested. Cancer biology, basic mechanistic understanding and biomarker development, profitable agricultural practices. So these are different areas where the faculties of our department are engaged in their research. I can discuss it in details if anyone is very much interested. I will not go into very much detail because I have been short in time. Just to give you a brief idea that the type of research we are doing. So I think you may have gone through this. This is the first time gene editing was given as a treatment option, I think 10 months back. So you may have, all of you may be aware of that a large amount of African population suffers from sickle cell anemia, which is a disease of the RBC, red blood cell, in which the RBC gets deformed like this, whereas the normal RBC looks like that. So this happens due to a single loci or locus mutation of gene. Now, sickle cell anemia patients are good at, you know it or don't, I don't know. Sickle cell anemia patients do not get malaria. So they are immune to malaria because malaria grows inside your RBC. So if malaria cannot grow inside this damaged RBC, they are suffering from another disease. So that's why they are immune to malaria. Just to give you a perspective of sickle cell anemia, but sickle cell anemia needs to be treated because otherwise always you can't do always blood transfusion and make the patient live for long. So now US FDA has approved one treatment, which using a gene editing technology called CRISPR-Cas9 technology. Sorry. That. Yeah. This is the technology called CRISPR-Cas9 technology, whereby you can, in a living system, you can cut out a fragment of DNA and then you can put it a good fragment of DNA in its place, or insert a good fragment of DNA inside its place so that you can take out the mutation which was there in the RBC. You can do it in the germline cell so that the next generation the RBC is generated do not have that mutation. So for certain types of diseases which are single loci diseases, in one locus, one mutation is doing that disease. If some of the cancers are basically multi mutation cancers, so in those cancers you can't kind of do this on 4 or 5 different locations of your genome. So for certain cancers where there is a mutation at a single locus, those cancers are very much treatable with this new method. But there are a very few cancers which are single locus mutations. The problem is that, and we are trying in our research lab to use this technology to find out solutions of couple of crucial genes associated with cancer. So this is one of the things that we are doing in Atria. So the students are also engaged and doing something cutting edge and learning something cutting edge at the very early ages. The research infra right now we have, I just mentioned here, and we are very lucky that we have got funding from the university as well as the funding agencies. Just to give you a snapshot of the last year, what we did, we held a couple of conferences and training programs. Apart from that, our students are doing pretty nice. This is my final slide. So last year we had a student who got a scholarship of which is called the Khurana scholarship. So she went to US and did her internship there. A life science student came back. Now she is associated with something called Azuka, where she will be absorbed as a trainee. Now she is doing her project, but later on she will be she will be engaging with that company. We also have students this year who are doing their internships, and this is in Basel, University of Basel. So our department comparing, as this is a very nascent department and the first year it's running. The first batch which is outgoing, we are doing pretty nice, and we want help from everyone to build up this department to some level so that we can be pioneer in certain areas in life science teaching and research. Thank you. I will be very happy if you guys have any question to me, and I'm also there. So during the tea time also we can have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abhishek, for that wonderful presentation. So we're going to quickly shift gears now. I think much awaited things, right? We're going to talk about the admissions process and the fee structure, okay, of Atria University. All right. And we'll give you a quick brief as to how we can help you, right? How my Matthews and the Atria University team can help you together to get these admissions into the university. Right? Yeah. So one of the things that we all heard so far is how we want to transform the landscape of education. And therefore, we do not want to have barriers to entry. All right. My name is Karthik Krishnamurthy, and I take care of the outreach, right? Wherein the key focus is to be able to influence potential students who have passed out of their 12th, right, and choose courses in Atria University. Our process is very simple, right? The first step is to log into www.atriauniversity.edu.in and register. Once you register, we will send you, and this registration is free of cost. It is just to show the interest. Okay. Once that is done, we will send out an application, a link to application. The student then needs to go ahead and fill the application form. It's an online form. Now, the application form has got very basic information like name, your address, your Aadhaar card number, right? Some form of proof of identity. And apart from that, it'll also ask you for some very basic information about your interest, right? From which background? Are you a science background? What is that you want to do? Now, one of the major aspects of that is statement of purpose. A statement of purpose is an essay that you would write, as a student would write, right? A student would write expressing as to why he or she is choosing Atria University, right? Now, when a student does that and on submission, the student now needs to pay 1,500 Indian rupees. All right. Now, that is the seriousness that the student has when the application process is initiated with all these details, right? As soon as the amount is submitted, right, we will send out a prospectus and several other material for the student, right, to decide and to ensure that we are able to go ahead and counsel the students. As educational consultants, what we request you to do is to ensure that the student fills the application, pays the amount, that converts into a hot lead for us. All right. When you say a hot lead, what do we mean? We will then ensure that our counselors, when I talk about our counselors, or I'm talking about my Matthews counselors, I'm talking about Atria University counselors, and our network of counselors will ensure that we help you at every step to answer every question that the student, and beyond the student, the parents have. There is nothing like I don't know will never be an answer. We will handhold you in every step. As soon as we realize that they are serious about it, we will ensure that we help you convert that lead into an admission. And that admission will be tracked under your ID. All right. Before I move to our next process, once that entire application process is done, we have a basic assessment. All right. Now, this assessment is again uh, a standard assessment that is about aptitude and basic logic reasoning and a psychometric. It's all intervened together. It is not like a CET or any mains or entrances like that. It is just to understand where the student stands and does the student have some basic skill sets that is required to take on these courses. Then we have a panel interview. Now, this interview is again to gauge the student's interest, the student's attitude, because we believe that learning to learn is a very, very important aspect of when you want to build something, right? It is not a traditional way where you do a rote learning. So therefore, the panel interview as well as the assessment beyond as assessment is a critical part to the entire process. Before I move on to the fee structure, do you have any questions on the application process? If you don't want to ask in a group, you can definitely get in touch with us later, and we will be able to help you with any step. Right? Now, the fee structure is totally 7 lakhs per annum. Per year, it is 7 lakhs. All right. And it is a very simple structure. We have learning resources at 1.5, and we have tuition fee at 5.5, which is coming up to 7. Right? Now, please understand, since morning, we have spoken about how different we are. We talk about 30% theory, 70% practical, right? You have seen our labs, you've seen the state of the art infrastructure, and it continues to grow, right? Therefore, there is a value for that, what we create. Please also understand the next session that you will be talking about internships. We have heard from day one, from morning today, that starting second year onwards, internship starts. Some of these, or many of these, are actually paid internships, right? So those are some very valuable responses that one could talk to the decision makers, that is parents and students, right? We also offer merit-based scholarships and need-based scholarships. Now, what does this mean? If a student is really deserving, we always say, you dream and we will make it happen, right? Because we want to make sure that while education, quality education is accessible, it is also for deserving people, right? So that is very, very important to understand. So if you have identified students who are really deserving, who are really good in what they're doing and have that attitude to learn, right? Just don't hold back and we'll be able to help you there. I know that you may have questions with regards to these. You can ask now, or if you want to, catch us later, please do that and we'll be more than glad to help you. All right. Please understand, again, I just want to repeat this. We will not be pursuing cold leads for you. Like, for example, if you identify somebody and say, okay, here, I'm passing it on, now you pursue. I don't think that will happen. What we need you to do very clearly is to make sure that you are able to convince the student. The student should show interest and fill up the application form. That shows the seriousness. And from there on, we will handhold you to ensure that we're able to convert that. All right. Thank you. With that, I know this, the moment of truth is all about after 4 years, what, right? Where are they getting placed, right? What are they earning, right? From second year, talking about internships, which companies? So I have our head of placements, Mr. Shastri, and his team, who will come and present those factual information to you. This is the first year we've had the fourth year students pass out. So the proof of the pudding is what we have today here. Right? Thank you.
You did not. I thought you know. Yeah, I was joking, sir. Yeah. Before we go to the placements and all those things, I have a few questions to ask. How many of you have team members? How many of you run any business or anything and have team members like employees? You don't have. So you have to raise your hand, sir. Otherwise, fine, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Please raise your hand. Yeah. All of you, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Please answer. Huh? You hire people, right? Do you get people easily?
സോ നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനെ ഹയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ചാലഞ്ചസ് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് generally? That is what sir is trying to ask you. I am asking the question.
Yes or no? No.
എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് സർ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ചാലഞ്ച്?
Let's go with one. Let's go with one. Okay. Let's go with this business of trading from share market. Right? Yes. Correct. So what do you look for? Yes. Yes. That's what we do. It belongs to Kochi. You are one of the places of Kerala. So there are a lot of MBA colleges. Right? So there are a lot of sorry. Yeah. So there are a lot of one more mic, please, for Lakshmi. Yeah. There are many MBA colleges, many colleges having MCOM, and what you are asking is not very. Are you asking for rocket science technology? You are asking about basic knowledge about share market and how to train, which is soft skills. Two skills are required. One is that hard skills, that is knowledge about share market. Second is soft skills, able to stand before an audience and give a training. Yes or no? But why you are not finding? My guess is that around 20-30 MBA colleges are there. 10 colleges in MCOM. Why you are unable to find? Question clear? In a place like Kochi, which is known for education, right? In Kerala, Kochi is the place from the best of the institute. That Central University of Science and Technology is there. You name it, everything is there. Everything is there in Kochi, right? Near Kochi, in Calicut, we have this IM is also there. Why? Why we are unable to find? You are asking only two skills. One skill is about knowledge of share market, which is taught in all MCOM, BCOM, MBA, BBA. Yes? They are not asking. He's not asking for PhD, right? No. Why? Everyone is spoon-fed. Point. Any other thing? Too much of theory and less of practical knowledge. More. You can answer in Malayalam also. No issue, sir. See, communication is important, not the language. Yeah. Any other point? Second, thank you so much. Any other point?
So maybe hands-on trainings are not happening.
But that's what the college is supposed to do, right? College is supposed to do that, right? Also, after studying for 5 years of 3 years of BCom and 2 years of MBA or MCom, I cannot stand before an audience and give train. Second part, if I cannot talk about basic stock market training, is something wrong, right? How many of you from commerce background? Raise your hands. Yeah, thank you. That's what Atria University is trying. That's all. Very simple, right? We ran an educational institution, sir is aware. We have a 25-year-old college just in the same campus. And our chairman decided that, unfortunately, even the one we cannot tinker with the syllabus there. Why? It's a affiliated college, right? We cannot do anything. So our chairman thought of a challenge. We have to make ready-made people so that people like you can directly hire from us. What you spoke is similarly same challenge is there for your tourism issue also. You have a tourist business also. You take any business, same challenge. You try opening a foundry. You try opening a small foundry. You will not get people, there are so many ITIs, so many polytechnics, so many engineering colleges. You will not get someone to start working with it. You have to invest on their training. You invest on the training for 1 month or 2 months. Later, what happens?
They will eventually leave because they've already got trained.
And you as a business cannot afford to keep on investing. Right? You are not a training company. You have invested 2 months of salary on investing on training someone. At least the person should work for 6 months, right? It doesn't happen. So now the challenge we have solved or trying to solve is that we are going to make ready-made people so that by one, I will not say it because there's thousands of now. I'll move to the technology. If you go to the technology, you say the thousands of technologies. I cannot train in all the technologies. Can I? No. So what? With 1 week of training, 15 days of training, the person is ready to, as we use the word, ready to deploy.
You are right. നമ്മുടെ കരിക്കുലം എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയറിൽ തന്നെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി അലൈൻഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കരിക്കുലം ആയത് കാരണം ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് 1 വർഷം വരെ കുട്ടികൾ ട്രെയിനിങ് ഓൾറെഡി ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കും 4ാമത്തെ വർഷം ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ് ആകുന്ന ടൈമിൽ ഇത് രണ്ടും കാരണം ഓൾറെഡി എംപ്ലോയബിൾ ആയിട്ടാണ് കുട്ടികൾ ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് Atria യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ.
The idea is not to give you a degree. The idea is to give you a job. Right? So they will be always exposed. Sir said, can you know your name, sir? Sarath. Sarath sir said that, they are not exposed. They'll come to the, so all these things, all those issues, we have done lots of this. Naturally, we have been running colleges for 25 years and our management also is into business. So they are aware of all the issues. All the issues have been listed out and then been sorted out in this university. We are not trying to do anything absolutely new. We are trying to sort out the issue of employability. But can I make everyone everything? No. Suppose if one student is there, can I know your name, ma'am? Anaga. For example, Anaga would have joined X college and Anaga has joined Atria University. Same Anaga, there she would have got placed with some X package or an X type of role. Here it will be Y type of package, Y type of role, where Y will be greater than X. Didn't understand? Okay. Assume there are 2 twins. Yeah. Yeah. There are very confusing. Yeah. So, for example, Anuga has a twin. Right? So, Anuga decides to join Atria University. The twin decides to join not X college, but traditional college. After 4 years, she will get a particular job role and a particular package. Both are important. Job role is also important. Package is also important. Only package is not important, right? Both. Because the job has to be sustainable, right? Yeah. So, Anaga will be getting some package which is greater than her twin sister, and Anaga's job role will be better than the twin sister. You understood? Got it? And there, of course, the basics. So there are some things we cannot change. We are not magicians, right? Right. So we can get you a better position, a better level because of hands-on experience. So what do we do? Can we run the PPT, sir? Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, this page is blank. Why the page is blank?
You all been visiting engineering colleges, right? They give a list of items that we do soft skills, we do this, we train in technologies, all those technologies, right? We don't do any training. Guess why? No additional training is required. Any guesses? Any guesses? The curriculum itself is a kind of training to deploy. The curriculum has been designed in such a way that it itself is a training. So there is no theory training, practical training, placement training like that. It's no, so many things are not there. Everything is together, one. Understood the logic? So you study well in your theory, in classes, you get good marks, you get placed. How many of you have been working with engineering colleges? Raise your hands. many years. I know from many years. I don't know whether you know it or not. Don't quote me anywhere. The toppers are the most difficult person to place. You agree, sir? People who get, sir, sir has been a principal of many colleges. Highest percentage, they are most difficult to place. You know why? Because they are very good in theory. Generally, the people who get placed are the first placement, in mass recruitment. Who are the people who get placed? Not the toppers. People who hang around the canteens, coffee shops, there get placed because their life skills are better. These toppers, they don't have life skills. You understand? Here, there will be nothing like that. If you're done well in your subjects, you'll be placed. Because there is no demarcation or compartmentalization. This is theory. This you study for your degree. This you study for your job. This you study for something else. Nothing like that. Everything is, the direction is set. Right? Yeah. Internships. Yeah. What's that? Internships start from year 2. Why internships are important? They give you exposure, how a company runs. See, what we study in a company, I'll go back to our BCom. What you study, you study about companies, how they run, how their leadership are. That is different, and what the company runs is different, right? So when you go to the company and see, you will find something different, right? So internship starts from second year onwards. And for that, credits are there. Otherwise, they will not, Mr. Sarath said, they don't want to work these days, Even I don't want to work actually. Given a chance and I'll sleep at home. So what happens? The second year, if they don't go, they don't get credits. They don't get credits, they won't pass. We Indians we want marks. Right? Indians, we have born with like that, right? First thing our mom will ask how many marks you got. She will not ask you how much you learned. They don't care. They care about only by marks. So naturally, they will not get credits. If they don't get, they will not pass. So second year they go to a company, work for 3 months. Third year they go to a company, work for 3 months. And final year they go to the company, work for 6 months. Real world exposure, problem solved. Problem solved, sir. Real world exposure. Imagine now you are a company, sir runs a company. If I come and say that, sir, you require counselors, right? Generally, I'll say that, sir, you do one thing. I'll give you a counselor. I'll give you for 6 months. You give only stipend. After 6 months, you can give the package. That is option 1. Option 2, you have to interview and start the package right from day 1. Which one you will prefer? Option 1, I'll give you Lakshmi. Sex. Reason? Can I know? Right? Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Experience. So basically, he's a third time. He wants a person who has interned somewhere, intern in his company, and then he will absorb him. Nothing wrong in it. Nothing wrong in it, right? Okay, that's how the market is. So basically, but you like a trained person. You want a trained person, right? So internships gives the training. He's ready to deploy, and then he goes into the market. So when a student leaves the college, what is there in his resume? He has projects which he has done himself, not ChatGPT, not bought it from Rajajinagar. Okay, in Rajajinagar, projects are available for 2,000 rupees. Right. Second, Second thing, he has internship trainings at 3 companies. Most of the students, the present batch of final year, most of the students have been placed in the companies where they worked in the 3rd year. They have been placed in the companies which they work in the 3rd year. They'll say, hey, you come here, you come. Because it's a known devil. Right? Unknown angel and known devil, you know that, right? So naturally, so these are known devils, they know it's okay, let me come. So that is how the whole model is. Yeah, next. So, because of which they have early job offers. They get job offers very early in the market and they are stand out in the market because their confidence levels are different. They know how to dress well in a company. They know how to talk to their bosses. You know, the way they behave is absolutely different from the day one because they have already worked 3 times in that company or different companies. Right? Next. So these are the internships. Ours is a internships based model. Focusing on the internship rather than the jobs. 42 students are there. 36 have already completed. 21 has been placed. Now it's only March. Companies visited how many? 7. Jobs is not a problem. You are all aware. Jobs is not a problem. Placement is the issue. And placement training is an issue which we take care of. But can I assure, let me answer that last question. Do I assure everyone everything? No. It depends. Afterwards, you know, we can only show a way. I cannot give a guarantee that I'll give you so much of job, right? But I am sure that not immediately, but the return on investment will be very high compared to any college. Why it is costly? Because, you know, it's very easy to say train in practical, train in practical, train in practical. Practical training costs a lot. Theory is very easy. Professor, am I right? He has been a principal for many years. You know, recently I was talking to one life sciences company. You understand? We were sending students to a life science company, and we were negotiating over the stipend. The person came back saying that, sir, to give practical training to your students, so much of reagents, so much of chemicals is wasted. Right? So naturally, it's practical. So that's why the cost is. The cost is not because of anything else. The cost is because we are focusing on giving. And when students do projects, a lot of people are required to support them. A lot of time for mentoring is required. To teach one topic is very easy. To mentor a student takes long time. So that's the whole. Any questions? All questions answered. You want to see the companies? Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Professor, did I miss anything? It's basically you learn and get a job. And so many technologies, students have a chance of doing everything, but it is not easy. Let me tell you very clearly. Network. Technologies, things are changing. Every day things are changing so fast. New technologies are coming. ChatGPT has come. You know, coding is done by the company. So things are changing so fast, and we also have to change fast. So actually, it's a little difficult. But if a student focuses, and always remember, learning is difficult, doing is easier. But unfortunately, we have reversed the whole thing. Doing is easier. But unfortunately, for 12 years, the student has learned in a particular method. Am I right? He goes, attends a class. In Hindi called Ratta Marna. What is called in Kannada? In Malayalam? And then go, read, vomit, come out. Go, read, vomit, and come out. From that model to changing to doing takes a little time for us. That's why first batch we had a great challenge, but second, third, and fourth we didn't have much challenge. And by the time your batch comes, it's going to be easy. Right? We are going to, it's learning and doing. And is it anything new? The whole European, Professor, am I right now? The whole Europe and the US education system is that only. Here you have been following Macaulay, and we have ended up like this. But actually, it's everywhere in the world. It's like that only. What we are doing is nothing new, right? Any questions?
Across pan India, all of you know very well that the NASCOM report says that there are only 27% of graduates in this country are employable. Only 27%. Remaining percent of students are not employable. The reason is very, very clear. Everybody knows here is that our education system itself is very traditional. Everybody reads, mug up on the textbooks and write an examination, get very good scores. So 9.7, 9.8 to 10 out of 10 of CGPS, cumulative grade point average. So only certificate doesn't matter today. No way. They must have a skill in them. So imparting that required skill and placing them in their dream companies is the major motto of our university. So we practice experiential learning, project-based learning, field-based learning, hands-on experience, and activity-based learning. For all these things, naturally we have to give a lot of materials, consumables, and a lot of the required perishable materials and so on. That's why probably our Shastriji is trying to explain to you all. So what matters is tomorrow, how exactly students are going to get placed. It's only based on the skill based. Skill, one should have a skill to solve a problem. Our chairman used to say always that maybe next 1 decade from now, no degrees are required. Those who have skill, you are able to solve my problem, I will hire you. If somebody is able to solve his problem, he will hire them. He will not see what kind of qualification required for that to solve. Yes or no, sir? So that's where it's going to land. So, and also adding to the other point here is this, I happen to be a principal in various engineering colleges. My own personal experience, I'll tell you. In fact, I remember that the student name also. We had one, our name Nagalakshmi. She is rank number 1, Bengaluru University first rank. She was in electronics and communication. I belong to the same stream of engineering, electronics and communication engineering. She did not place in first 5 companies because she was unable to clear the screening test given by the company on the day 1. Aptitude test. Unable to clear. Then finally, she got completely demotivated. She was keep on crying. And after 4 or 5 companies have come and gone. Then finally, Wipro came. Wipro. So myself and my team, like people like him, placement department, we went and requested the HR team of Wipro. Sir, she completely demotivated. Probably we don't know. She may commit something else. Please kindly look at her mark sheet and then recruit. They have a scheme called as rank holder scheme in Wipro. So because she is a rank holder, they hired her without clearing the screening test. No, she's doing well. She is a manager in one of the companies. That's a different story. But thing is that some of the students who are really, practiced to by heart and write an examination and score marks, those marks will not be useful in today's world. It is skill required. So based on the skill requirements, our university has been formulated. The brainchild of our chairman, our chancellor, is this only. In fact, we have already, Atria technology. I was principal there for 6 years. But why we started this kind of system is a different system altogether. Day 1, they will be on the projects. So only 20% theory they learn, 80% it is hands-on experience. So please keep this in mind while you are approaching students, while you are convincing them. Please tell them that here is a place. Skills are the top priority. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shastri. Thank you very much, Dr. Nayan Swami. I just want to sum this up. I know we've been repeating the same thing many a times. I just want to let you know key important things. Number 1, our intake is only 300 students. We are not total all 4 courses. Our intake is only 300 students. Okay, so there is a cap that we have, 300 students only. All right. So that is one. Second is we offer only 4 courses, which is your renewable energy sciences, digital transformation, life sciences, and e-mobility. All right. This is the only 4 courses. All are BS in engineering. All right. Now, before you leave today, you have a goodie bag. In that goodie bag, you have a small sales deck. This sales deck is the entire prospectus which you can put it on your pocket. It has a keychain that you can carry. All right. This sales deck has very critical information of the courses that we offer and the career opportunities for every course. Okay. So use this effectively. It gives you basic reminder. It need not be a full folder that you carry. All right. And this is something that you can easily refer to anywhere you are. Right. When you're traveling, when you're talking to somebody, you don't need a folder and all of those parts. Okay. And there are certain gifts for you. All right. Apart from this critical piece of sales deck that you will have to influence your students, there is a calendar and a wallet and a few other things for you. All right. So again, thank you very much. Firstly, again, I want to thank Mr. Vincent here, right? My Matthews team. I want to thank Ms. Priya, the CEO of My Matthews, for having to collaborate with us and making this a successful event. I think this is the start to many other event and partnerships here. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
ATA യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ മൊത്തം 300 സീറ്റേ ഉള്ളൂ. മറ്റുള്ള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയെ പോലെ 1000 2000 ഒന്നുമില്ല. 120 from digital transformation, then 60 each on life sciences, e-mobility and energy science. എല്ലാം കൂടെ 300 മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പം തക്കതായിട്ടുള്ള ക്യാൻവാസിങ് ആൾസോ ഇഷ്യൂ. അത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും മനസ്സിൽ എപ്പോഴും കാണണം. 2000 3000 ഒന്നും ഇല്ല. 300 സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സാധിച്ചെങ്കിൽ വിൽ ബി വെരി വെരി ഹാപ്പി. സോ വിഷ് ഓൾ ദ ഒരിക്കലും നിങ്ങളിവിടെ വന്നതിനും നിങ്ങളെ പങ്കെടുത്തതിനും വളരെ വളരെ നന്ദി. താങ്ക് യു.